Alright, chat. I have some coffee, and I'm going to start the YouTube stream too. I'm also going, let me check my mouse. My mouse was charging, and I'd like not to have it tethered. Oh, 64%. It went from 15% to 64%. I think that's good to go back into wireless mode then. Let me give it a little... Oh gosh, I need to plug my mouse back in without spilling my coffee. This might take some artistry. There we are. Get that plugged in. Mouse, please work. Yes, it's working. Okay, my mouse is working. So who's ready for King of the Desert? I have absolutely loved seeing King of the Desert so far. And we're moving into the best of sevens now. Let me double check that it is best of sevens. Should be best of sevens now. And I should open my YouTube. My YouTube chat was closed earlier when my power failed. We got our first real snowfall of the year today. And my power was out briefly earlier, but it's back on now. Hello, Kai World. Starting early. I was doing some map scripting earlier, so I've just given it a start. Should we cast something to warm up? We have Mato's Huang on Arena. We could cast one game of Arena as preparation before we go to Arabia. We need some Arena in our veins, just to be prepared. All right, and as I'm sure you are aware, this is not King of the Desert. We are just getting ready. Getting ready. Let me turn the scoreboard. I can't even turn it off. This is just long Arena. Best of one. It's the desert version of Arena, it looks like. So what do we have here? Armenians versus... Oh, game over. My stream didn't crash or anything, did it? It just says game over. Out of sync detected. DE, no. I wanted to watch Huang on Arena. I went out of sync. Everyone get some thanks DEs in the chat. Depriving us of Huang. Huang bought the DLC. I guess he did. I guess he did. I don't see. Can you still random into the DLCs? That was the thing in HD. You could random into civs and stuff. We have Nika of Dennis. And let's watch MBL Ozone then. This will be Arabia, but I'll guess warmed up. Warmed up for casting. Alright, this is not Huang Arena. This is ranked ladder. Capture Age doesn't want me to remove Huang from the scoreboard. So, oh, look at this big hill right through the middle. We have MBL as the blue Bohemians and Ozone as the red Burmese down here. And we'll have a barracks going up at the front for Ozone. And 3 militia Drush running into a lion. King of the Desert removed all the predators from the map. Oh, I might need to remember to go reactivate the map. But wall against the edge of the map from MBL, a couple of farms at the front for him, trying to secure that gold on the front. as the Drush keeps coming and attacking the wood line. No men-at-arms, but the Burmese Drush itself is threatening enough with the extra attack it has. That blacksmith's going down pretty quickly. The army will turn around. Huang is a forward church collect relic merchant now. Not too surprised to see that from Huang. Archers all go down as scouts come forward. We'll have a second range up. And market walls from Ozone to keep MBL out. Ballistics and wheelbarrow on the way for Ozone. Everyone just flying up to the next stage. Good crossbow mass for Ozone pushing forward. Hill count's still similar, but he has the army advantage for now until MBL manages to pull off maybe some epic mangonel micro. Crossbows at least have the hill advantage. And chemistry, Castle Age chemistry on the way for MBL. Could go hand cannoneers here. Hand cannoneers should be effective at shutting down crossbows. They have so much attack for the Castle Age. They're actually pretty good. Once you get a good number of them out, they shut down mangonels really hard with how much attack they have. And like mini janissaries. Oop, the mangonel didn't want to shoot. Has to be careful. The mangonels are uphill, so they will tank a shot. Chemistry just about to come in. Now, one crossbow raiding, picking off a Vil MBL, not noticing the left side of his wood line. At the same time, he is in. Oh, that is a dead wood line right there. That is a dead wood line. Oh, Ozone's getting some revenge. And it is quality revenge. Those crossbows do have ballistics, and those Vils are going down. What is MBL doing? This isn't like MBL not to notice something like this for so long. No in-game sound. There's no in-game sound. Why is there no in-game sound? This is weird. Headphones are on, but I can't select them as an audio device. Let me try that again. Oh. Okay, I will, hold on, I'll get in-game sound. You should have in-game sound now, hopefully. Thanks for pointing that out. There we go. That was my power outage earlier. Must have knocked out my headphones. Thank you for pointing that out. I need to redo my audio settings. Finally fix that Reaper issue I've been having. And I need to redo my sub alert, because now Edwin D is signed with the Dodgers. I can't use his walk-on music anymore. My heart is broken. So I need some new alerts. Finally placed your 9-year-old desktop. I have components from this PC that are now over 10 years old. I built it in November of 2015. So this case is 10 years old. The power supply is 10 years old. So I'm just praying that it survives. And I actually do need to do some more PC part collecting soon. Ozone with a great lead over MBL here, up by 9 Vils. Has the map control with mangonels and crossbows. MBL, I'm still thinking he's in the game, though. It's only a 500 res difference. It's a big KD difference. But if he can get some good mangonels shots, that can turn around in a hurry. Yeah, the PC of Theseus, indeed. Oh, hello, Tony, good evening. Don't think I've ever been this early to an AoE2 stream. Ooh, nice mangonel shot for Ozone on the crossbows. We're early. We're casting the pregame show. We're doing some warm-up casting. I haven't been casting for a couple of days, so I need some warm-up to get back into the flow of things. I also need to go, realizing, since I had a migraine the other day, I need to go survivalist style and put sunglasses on to dim the brightness a bit for myself. And be extra careful. Leave PC before prices got insane and paid about the same as your RAM plus SSD would cost now. Yeah, RAM prices have been increasing a lot these days, from what I've heard. Thankfully, I haven't had to buy RAM, but I was thinking of buying another SSD soon. All that video editing just takes a lot of space, especially if I'm doing some 4K editing now. Video editing, one of the good cases for an M.2 SSD drive, and I might need a larger one. Vill's mining the gold for MBL, still holding this hill. But Ozone maintaining a good villager lead. He's opened up another 1,000 extra resources collected over the past couple minutes. And with a forward castle, is secured from counterattacks. A second forward castle in the back. Interesting location, but will be among several wood lines. And we'll give him some good farming protection later on. He can do maybe another castle around this hill at some point. MBL looking to turn around to the right side, away from the castles, and Imp is clicked for Ozone. And watch the price go from 120 to 410. Yeah, RAM prices, from what I've heard, have gone insanely high. Yeah, there are certainly going to be more and more stresses put on supply chains from AI. And consumer goods are no longer going to be the focus that they were years ago. And that's been drifting away for a while, but NVIDIA makes a lot more money from data centers, I'd imagine, than PC gaming. And well, why don't you say hi? How are you doing? Oh, 5 mangonels from MBL. And playing as Mangonel BL right there. Bloodlines, Scale Barding, Husbandry, and Imp on the way. I need to start downloading more Siege RAM. Mangonel goes down. And lots of bills go to repair the Mangonel as Ozone just about to get up, gets another shot off before losing it. And there he is up to Imp. MBL hasn't clicked yet. He's gonna turn and head for the hills and run away. Just use AI as much as possible, regardless of cost. I don't even like the term AI. I feel that very little of what is actually done is with AI. I feel like big data or large language models are better terms. That don't overly anthropomorphize the products in ways that the term AI does. Like, our performance reviews are based on how much AI do you use in your day-to-day work. miss the good old barbarian AI. That was really where computers peaked. So I can't help but feel MBL is finding ways to hold on. And the Burmese have a very awkward imp transition. Without being able to go for a good archer line, they have to go for Cav, and that opens up Bohemian Halbs. MBL, maybe his only mistake is not being walled over here. That could let some Cav raids in. But he is doing a good job of grabbing map control. He's holding on long enough that I don't want to miss KOTD. No, this is actually a pretty interesting game now. And that's Conscription, Redemption, Plate Barding Armor, all on the way for Ozone. It's also applied to everything, including things that are really just automation. Yeah. That's kind of been the trend for a long time, though. Lots of classical solutions to problems are replaced by just throw a neural network at it. And Cavalier charge up the hill, armor is in. Mangonels will start going down. Crossbows in the back, no Bracer, so not the biggest threat to the Cavaliers, but Bracer just clicked now. There'll be a couple of Trebs starting to push back up this hill. And there will be 3 Trebs out, and no immediate way to pick off the Trebs for MBL. Very lucky to have upgraded your PC to essentially the max spec you'll need for the next 7 years. Yeah. Ooh, Ozone, don't doubt Castle. Don't doubt Castle, Ozone. No, not the doubt Castle. MBL's closing the score a bit because of that doubt castle. That's 80.38%. And the Cavalier is not able to take the fight, not numerous enough. And the transition has not been in time for Ozone, I don't think. And he's gonna pick off a cannon. 4 Trebs, needs to make sure that they are repaired, can't get to all of them. Can he? No. He keeps fighting underneath the castle with Cavaliers. That castle's so close to going down. But 2 Trebs down. Hussite Wagons atop the hill. Doing a great job actually picking off Trebs. That's 3 Trebs down. And okay, I was wrong. I thought the Hussite Wagons might struggle there, but no. 4 Trebs down. The castle stands. Had gotten down to about 500 HP. And not enough army for Ozone. Threw away some Cavaliers, and things are starting to turn in MBL's favor, I fear. 20 vil difference, 10k res difference, when he has all the map control and 38-12 military. Have I ever seen a doubt smith? Was there a doubt blacksmith moment recently? 500 score difference, and MBL keeps pushing siege engineers on the way. Bohemians should have access to arbalests. Yes, he can still go for them, but right now just on chemistry, bracer, crossbow. And Humble Jelly, thank you very much for using your prime. Never a doubt moment. Always a doubt moment. Every moment's a doubt moment. Oh, there we go, there we go. Ozone finishing the castle. Covers the gold. Someone had a blacksmith tonight. Ah, okay, okay. As a manual machinist, you can't wait for AIs to come to your industry. Yeah, AI is gonna come for probably the accountants first. A very business adjacent field. Not surely we'll have AIs marketed at it non-stop. So skirms now for Ozone. Burmese skirms never quite feel all that good. MBL at least is missing the final armor and the arbalest upgrade still. But MBL now is taking the score lead, and a healthy one at that. Some Cavalier raids are coming in, though. At least it's keeping MBL's eco not quite reducing. But crossbows will hit some vills on the gold. And some monks will go for conversions on a bombard cannon. Couple of conversions coming in, and Ozon's doing what he can to hold on with the monks. His raids have mostly been cleaned up. The outpost rush he's doing is great for vision, but not for raiding. And still on BL, I'm waiting for him to clean up this wall on the left side of his base. And oh my gosh, a Jaguar. I think a Jaguar, oh my gosh, that Jaguar is like 69, nice. I'm stopping that outpost right there and eating the Vil. Arabia looks surprisingly lush. This is just DE Arabia. KOTD Arabia at least is suitably desert themed. There's always Green Arabia as a variant. I guess the desert one is always the most appropriate. Taking a bigger and bigger score lead. I should probably alt-tab. Oh, there we go. There's the GG. I was going to say, we got to find KOTD, make sure we're not missing anything. And Ozone did such a good job, but couldn't figure out how to transition with the Burmese. He didn't have an Archer Civ, and he went Imp maybe too quickly to go for a Cavalier swap. King of the Jungle, King of the Green Arabia. Let me get my scoreboard set up. And this should be best of 7. AOTD. Round to 16. Game sounds were also on. Yes. There, I fixed that. So we're gonna head right into KOTD. So let me just see if I can grab the drafts. Draft here. I'm gonna hope that it fits on my overlay. And we're just gonna get caught up in game. And this is the big, does it fit? Not quite. Alright, I'll have to fix that. Between the games then. Now we'll just get right on into Arabia. Arabia, we will put Vinch in the red. We'll have Dark as the blue Vikings and Vinch as the red Romans. And Vinch has been going quite a lot for Drushes these days. And that MBL game dragged on quite a bit, but he will have Vinch going for the Drush and Dark walling up. And Vinch, as he has been doing recently, adding in 2 additional militias after the Drush along with men-at-arms. It's something to keep an eye on in the Vinch build order paradigm these days. The 2 militia Drush into 4 militia men-at-arms follow-up. There's double bit axe for Dark, and he'll be going for an archer defense, has that gold at the front of his base. His other 2 golds are more towards the back, pretty safe as far as KOTD golds are concerned. Looking at the rugs, he has a couple of duplicates. Vinch also has a pair of duplicates. And it will be 4 men-at-arms. Same thing for Dark, getting in on Vinch's berries, who has walled up. Vinch who is walled up with some small walls, where the Drush is not in, defending with archers. So mirrored build for both of them so far, Vikings and Romans. Vinch looks like he does successfully manage to penetrate into the gold, though. And Dark will have to defend with a few archers. And use the... Ooh, loses a Vil. Uses the Vils to fight. Now the Vikings will get the extra hit points for Dark. Romans will get the double blacksmith upgrades. That's the second Vil down. And that is painful, having the men-at-arms get in on the gold. Vinch managed to bring an archer forward. While still defending, Dark so far hasn't been able to get any reinforcements up to his men-at-arms, and also lost his scout earlier, and now having to add in a skirm. On to Luigi Grady. A few archers coming forward as Dark's men-at-arms run around. Dark, oh, he did lose a third Vil too. Not a good start for Dark then. And we'll have a tower going up for Dark on the gold, but a bit late compared to the timing of that men-at-arms push. Men-at-arms and scout will be wandering around on the side, looking to get in. Let's start sipping my coffee. Men-at-arms still scattered about. But Vinch with a ton of momentum now. You can see he's already up by 500 resources collected and up by 4 Vils. And that more than makes up for the 3 Vils timing of wheelbarrow that the Vikings get for free. So fletching on the way for Dark. But that's already in for Vinch, and he has all the forward map presence he could possibly want. Getting archers in on the wood line. And this feels like a fairly simple game for him, where he was just able to execute the men-at-arms a tiny bit better. And now he will get in on the berries. And pick off more Vils. Lost a man-at-arms. Doesn't have the armor yet. But still capable of fighting the Vils. That's 2 kills there. This Vil might need to run more towards the TC. Yep, okay. Vinch finally running into the TC. Losing his men-at-arms there, but he was worried about his archers on the side. That does leave 3 men-at-arms alive for Dark, but a 6 Vil lead for Vinch. And that eco will just continue to explode forward for him. So good start to the game, I'd say, for Vinch. Good start to the set. And everything going his way so far. $700 elo difference for a player of Dark's caliber is pretty mind-boggling. I know Vinch had gotten to 3,005 earlier. He's gotten even higher now, 3,022. He's been grinding that ladder. So, Castle Age on the way for Vinch. Horse Collar on the way for him as well. And perhaps the only downside is he did so many farms without Horse Collar. And he will be a good 30 to 40 seconds faster to the Castle Age than Dark. Dark will, of course, get the free hand cart, and that'll help make up some of the Vil difference. His eco still is in shambles compared to Vinch, and Vinch will have 5% faster everything naturally. Can we get much higher? Is that a song? Oh, there's another Vil. This will be another 2 Vil kills. Ooh, the Vils all go down. That's 7 Vil deaths. Oh, poor Dark. It's not even like they did anything very different this game. It was a similar build, men-at-arms forward, you rush into men-at-arms, at both walling to keep themselves safe. But a couple of small differences of Vinch getting the archers forward faster helped out. And he certainly has a feel for the power of the build as the Romans. Now there goes the scout, and good catch from Dark as soon as the Castle Age comes in to pick off Vinch's army, so these archers get cleaned, and it's not going to be 4 crossbows hoovering around in his base. I'm getting pinged somewhere. Right. Making sure it wasn't an urgent stream ping. And long swords for the Romans along with scorpions. I'm just asking where the siege tower is. It is long sword time for Vinch. Let's go. Aw, gotta love the good Roman longswords. Maybe Viking longswords would be a counter with more HP. Well, let's be honest, crossbows themselves are the counter. That's what the scorpions are for. Okay, I'm not up on my music industry memes these days. That's why I need Twitch chat to educate me. Oh, and there we go, long swords. I was right, it is long swordsman for dark. Longsword versus longsword. Only a 400 score difference, but I think that disguises the true nature of the res collected difference and how far ahead that Vinchester truly is. This is 3K Vinch. This is 3K Vinch. 3,022. And I don't think he's gonna be idling like that. The Scorpion will take out some of the crossbows. He'll have to fend that off as some skirms come forward along with the long swords. Couple scorpions, no ballistics on that Scorp, and a lot will be taken out without ballistics. Out microing ballistics, even crossbows against scorpions. Alright, Scorpion's skirm still taking out the crossbows. And, well, Dark doing what he can with the longswords to stay afloat here. I don't know how much longer he can hold now. It's now 2,000 extra resources for Vinch. And that Roman's eco, this is against a Viking's eco with wheelbarrow and handcart. And the Roman's eco is insane compared to it. There's a GG from Dark. He's losing his army. And it didn't even feel like there was one little thing that Vinch did better. It was just consistently small things that were slight military advantages, slight eco advantages, managing to get a couple extra Vil kills through the palisades, and then rode that Roman's economy to an even better eco than the Vikings. Needed even longer swords. Yeah, eco KD 12-0, that is domination. So let me see what I can do now with this scoreboard. See if I can get it fitting properly. There we go. And see if I actually get it. Decent spot. All right, and there we go. Try darken it a bit, and there we go. All good. So next game, more Arabia. Slightly to the side. And actually update the scoreboard. Oop, didn't leave the previous game. That was Romans over Vikings. There we go.
Yes.
Okay, looks like they had a bit of lag, but they're playing. And we'll have game number 2. Dark will be playing as the blue Japanese to the southwest, and Vinch will be the orange Malians to the east. We have a couple of duplicate rugs for each player. And very early boar lore for Dark. And one thing to pay attention to, I think, will be how quickly players bring in the boar. And if they do it before going for the lumber camp. Remember, classic Arabia was always 6 on sheep, 3 or 4 on wood, and then lure the boar. Nowadays, players do it right at the start, and they'll leave usually 7 vills on the boar while going out to the lumber camp. Combination of wanting to take the boar and prevent it from being lamed, while also, with how tight the Dark Age uptimings are, they want to take the boar for a longer period during the Dark Age. Make sure that they are going to be up in time. Hello, Sweezabolka, how are you doing? Good evening, good morning from me. And yeah, it'll be 7 on the boar, 3 out to wood, and then next vill going to take the next boar. See, from Vinch. Oh, what is this? This is not a 3K Dark Age right here. What is that? Gazelle all the way out there. Oh no, 4 on wood already. And he will be taking the boar nice and slowly, shooting from the TC. And not even having it at the best position. Trying to push in more gazelles. And ooh, a gazelle walking back. So some flaws in the Dark Age here. Another boar hidden in the back. Vinch has seen that. The Vinch not that clean. Okay. Things looking better for Dark already this game. Both Japanese and Malians. Feels like we were playing a hybrid map. But both good Dark Age civs will have Vinch going for the pre-milled drush. Using the discount of the Malians, well, of all of their wood buildings. Japanese will do the same, using the discount of their lumber camp. They say 50 wood. Malians save a bit of wood per building. What is it? It's 15% per building. That's actually something I should probably know, right? So 15%, it's 25 wood per house. So what is 15% of that? So what, 10% would then be 2.5. So that'd be 3.75. So you're saving 3 or 4 wood per house. And you're doing 1, 2, 3 houses. So that's 12 to 16 wood. And then another 15 wood on the lumber camp. So around 30 or so wood there. And then a bit of wood on the barracks. So all in all, you're saving a tiny bit more as you're doing the barracks and more houses as the Malians than you are as the Japanese, but it's not all that different. It's a little over 50 as the Malians. With some back of the envelope math. I mean, we learned when we tried to count the rugs that we have to think about our math and to do it properly. But same principle for both of these players. 19 pop up. 20, actually, extra vills. Extra vills for Vinch. That's something to keep an eye on for Vinch if he adds extra vills with his drush. Gives you a much better eco, even if you go up later. As long as you're keeping the pressure early on, you're not going to get punished for it. The way players delay their eco upgrades these days also does help that you're not getting as much of a deficit from not clicking the eco upgrade as early. So this time looks like Vinch is walled out successfully. He hasn't added any more militia behind this yet. We do have 2 more militia added in. That'll be a total of 4 with men-at-arms being researched for dark. Vinch will react by continuing to wall up. And oh, did you trap the scout? Vinch! Oh, he's gonna try to trap. He traps the Vil in, but Dark has the advantage there. Oh, he tries to escape. Can't quite get out. Vinch has to be careful with his Vil. He has to be careful. This is going to be close. This will be close, but he gets the scout, and the Vil survives 1 HP, perfectly calculated. And Vinch needs to get back to the TC, should be fine. Yeah, that is a 3k move right there. Perfectly calculated and gets the scout. Where's that Vil going? That Vil has to, oh my gosh, the Vil is going to wall in the men-at-arms. This is 3k right here. That Vil doesn't need HP. And Vil can wall the men-at-arms in. Horse collar on the way. And now Vinch can hold until an archer comes out. And clean all of this. That is a 3k move right there. And at the same time, he's going to get his drush. Will he kill a villager? Yes, he will. With his drush. Uses those militia, finally finds some value out of them. There are 10 Vils on those berries, and he gets one. It feels like the economy is a bit overly focused on the berries there. Vinch does have to repair his mill a bit. His scout has really good HP, though, for coming back and fending off the archers. And this is a lot of wood that he has to spend repairing. And at least he's the Malians, though, so it's a discounted mill. 15 less wood. That 15% discount on the building that is nice and easy to calculate because it's 100 wood. And he's actually out of wood and he's out of repairing. And all of a sudden, here come the men-at-arms. One goes down, but they are now fighting the Vils. So, uh-oh, these are Japanese men-at-arms. One Vil goes down. Another one could be trapped here. That could be... This is going to be close, but the men-at-arms now running into the TC. And they somehow get only 1 Vil there. That was almost a disaster for Vinch, but at the end of the day, it's okay. He even has horse collar already. 3k Elo couldn't give him any more wood. Those Japanese men-at-arms were scary. Japanese men-at-arms with arson plus 2 attack versus buildings, they took out that mill quite quickly. Maybe shocked Vinch at the rapidity with which it went down. And Dark still could do a bit of walling back there, but the left side of his base completely open. Vinch's base much easier to wall, especially with that range in the middle. Keeps everything at the front safe, and he'll be adding in a blacksmith and looking to wall up around the side. March is going to be hoovering around the front, and we'll have fletching on the way for Vinch. And a couple of houses will go up on the back. Fletching on the way also from Dark, and we'll have a couple of houses going up around here. market going up for Vinch. As 5 archers come forward. And, ooh, Dark could have maybe denied the market a bit. Don't know if he would have fully denied it, but at least could have hit the Vil. Been annoying there, with fletching especially. Vinch has a big area over here he could eventually wall and keep that stone safe. A bit easier to wall straight to the edge of the map, but about the same distance to go out here. And if he gets house walls up or even a stone wall up and keeps the stone safe, he'll have another wood safe in the back, a relic safe, even a scenic cliff to look off the edge of the map. I just gotta worry about those cliffs. And Vinch using the market, and he will look to go up, but selling pretty early. Not even 17 minutes. And not quite able to go up. Might need to sell some wood. Maybe sells 1 round of wood for the gold and then tries to click up. And still drop off the berries, but here come the archers. Which has walled enough towards the TC they should be okay, or is it? Now Dark will dive. And that is a mistake from Vinch. Now it's a couple of dead Vils. You need 1 more house wall. And the archers, more worried usually about the army than the Vils, but with a skirm mixed in there, they're actually taking a great fight. Town watch on the way for Dark. He has nothing attacking him at home. And Vinch trying to use his 3k micro. Trying to wall this in. It's a lot of idle time as Vils are chasing this too. And slowly but surely the HP is dwindling on these units. As the Vils will try to chase them down, but great use of the hill. And now that the skirm's dead, Vinch just manages to stave this off. Oh, loses the Vil though. Nice pick at the end from Dark, and he gets the other archer. So equal on KD, equal on res collected, but Vinch still up first, down by 5 Vils. And still a man-at-arms, healing in the TC. What value? Hello T-Cone, how you doing? Double range for Vinch, and he's moving forward, looking to go Molly and crossbows. Could even go Molly and CA. The Japanese CA are going to scale a lot better, though. And we're even going to have stone walls coming up for Dark. He can stone wall all the way to the edge of the map. Didn't sell his stone, so he can use it for walls. And should be pretty well defended as the Vinch comes forward. Everything here has at least a house wall behind it. As long as there's no hole between those 2 houses, it doesn't look like there is. I don't see a Vil following this up for a workshop. Just double range crossbows, and maybe Vinch will look to... Well, not gonna look to boom then. We'll add in a university. Malians will, of course, have the faster working university. They can do a quick ballistics. He's up fast enough. We have to hope that he can afford ballistics. Might be a bit tight for him to maintain 2 workshop or 2 range production and click ballistics, but it looks like he's aiming for it. Might idle one of his ranges. Or idle the ranges for a bit to go for it. Doesn't have the university finished yet, so can't keep pumping out crossbows. Keep an eye on that 300 wood, 175 gold. And right now he is but a single farm to idle. There's a few more crossbow, or a few more archers come out from Dark. He'll probably go for crossbow when he gets up too. And Vinch not going for TCs yet. Meaning he's not going to pull an eco lead ahead of Dark. Currently making a Pita Packer Veggie IX. That sounds healthy. Waiting all weekend. I know I had a migraine Tuesday afternoon until Friday morning. This is the first day I've felt good streaming. But we got 2 sets to cast today, and then maybe even some more map scripting afterwards. I might do some more map scripting. See, that does sound very healthy. I need to be more healthy with my diet, I think. And hello, Caterpillar. That'll have to be a project. This streaming thing ever materializes more. Twist diet cooking streams. Okay, crossbows dared to dive the TC. There was a lot of arrow fire with the garrisoned archers, but Vinch will get through. Dark's able to hold until he gets Bodkin, but now he's in the unenviable position of no ballistics versus ballistics. And ballistics is on the way now for Vinch. So if Vinch can hold until ballistics comes in, he'll have a great way to take a fight. The good thing, though, is the stone walls will prevent reinforcements from getting closer. Who else is 3k? Hera's been 3k. We've only had like 3 similar diets. Yeah, I don't. My aunt has migraines, and for her it is sometimes hormonal if she's taking medication. Like some of her cancer medication recently has been causing her migraines. For me, it's been a consistent, no matter what I do throughout my life, 2 or 3 times a year I get a migraine. Sometimes I can clearly tell I wasn't eating or there was something that triggers it. Other times, like the other day, it just happened. And I don't know why. It just happened. When do I go road to 3k? Maybe we do a road to 2k at some point. I mean, I have been 1900 before, so it's not like we were that far off. So Japanese cav archers from Dark. It would be good probably to learn the standard builds and transitions again. I haven't really played Arabia 1v1s in a long time. And team games are a very different beast in terms of the spreadsheets you need. So elite skirm on the way for Vinch. And crossbows and cav archers both moving forward. Is KOTD Arabia bigger? I don't think it's bigger. Feels normal sized to me. Should be 120 by 120 tiles. I can go check the map script though and see if there's an override map side. Has fewer wood lines? Maybe. Maybe that contributes to the openness, if that's what you're feeling. So Vinch still hoovering around at the front, and did manage to add the second TC in. So now he's up by 5 vills. And that workshop right here is denied, a bit too far forward for Dark. 87%. And I'm sure he'd love to have that finished. But trying to go for the cav archer transition against the player who was up faster for crossbows has made the timing a bit awkward, even with 3 ranges. And you still want to wait for upgrades, armors, bloodlines. More valuable for the cav archers usually. And now if some skirms come over, they can throw off the timing that by the time you get the upgrades, the skirms will be there. And it will be an opening with a gate in the wall, and cav archers for Dark are going to look to come forward and see if there's anything in Vinch's base they can pick off, but Vinch doing a great job defending with that TC. Maybe he'll notice the cav archers have disappeared for the moment. Gonna try to group up with some reinforcements, but he's got TCs pretty much everywhere. Over here is a bit open. Might need to look to wall that up. Other than that, can garrison the vills. Has to be careful of the low HP vills. I can go throw them onto the stone. And he's mining stone right now, probably getting close even, if you want to do a forward castle. Has way less hills. I think that depends on the variation. I think there are some variations with more hills than others, just like the latter one, but probably some changes to the probabilities. I haven't looked at the KOTD script all that much. There are definitely some good things about it. Whoever told you after 1k2 there's 1k1 was right, as in you were grinding to 1k2 and then lost a few games and now have to grind your way back. That happens. That happened to me after 1k9 was 1k8 due to elo decay. In the meantime, I had won a single game, but overall my elo decayed more. Now I'm like 18, 14, I think. Removing the fish from ponds? Maybe we should have Arabia, but every woodline has a pond. With a single shorefish. Pond Arabia. Oh, look at that micro from Vinch dodging the cav archers with ballistics. They have bloodlines now, but without the armor, they still don't really want to fight the crossbows. And okay. Okay, there we go. Forward castle from Vinch, but denied for the moment by the Mangonel. As more crossbows have to come over. No Repairville for the Mangonel. That makes it a bit awkward to keep it alive. Especially in the presence of all the crossbows, and you know, Vinch will have good micro. He loses a couple of vills though. And it's a nice couple of shots on skirms. Vinch splitting like a madman. And losing some more crossbows, but all the cav archers go down, and that castle will go up. Dark briefly takes a score lead, but that might be brief, as he's still pretty far down in vills. And in terms of army numbers, he's up. But Vinch now up pretty good 600 resources. And if he can hold, he can probably pump out army enough to deal with the cav archers if he goes for skirms. But 3-range skirms doesn't always feel all that great when cav archers are breaking through your walls. And still have a very easy path for running in. I remember the Arabia where you got 2 wood lines and one of them was half water. We should bring that back. Back in my day, Japanese didn't have bloodlines. In all honesty, I think maybe removing bloodlines from Japanese could be pretty nice with how much they've... It feels like they've been power creeped a lot with the fact that they are an insanely strong water hybrid map civ because of the cav archers and the bloodlines they have. And that doesn't feel like my Japanese from back in the day. I feel like that would be a good balance patch. Revert a lot of the power creep buffs that were added to civs, and then take the new civs and tone them down a lot. Not to be removed from a ton of civs. Would probably increase the versatility in unit compositions, we'd see, if there were more civs that were not able to go for both those techs all the time. Hey, the siege tower is finally how longswords have been made viable. I saw longswords in game number 1. And I've seen enough siege towers in King of the Desert to be scared of them. So Dark is up to Imp. Dark up to Imp. But he has a huge Vil deficit, and Vinch is still defending. And Vinch won't be too far away. My worry then is Dark gets up, and Vinch can hold, pump out cav units, and spam. The difficult thing for Vinch here will be, as the Malian, since he doesn't have Bracer, he won't have a smooth transition to an archer unit, be it continuing for Elite Skirm or going for Arbalest. He won't have that same power spike as other civs would, which means he does have to rely more on the eco and go for power units, be it siege or cav. I don't feel that the archery range itself will cut it against the Japanese cav archers, especially since they have that attack bonus. There's Thumbring. They come close at skills? Close at skills, but 700 elo difference. Is this the closest 700 elo difference we've ever had in a game of Age of Empires? There's Dark going up. As Dark's elo obviously would be a lot higher if he were to grind the ladder more. But Vinch clearly has been grinding the ladder, and it's been paying off in terms of his elo. Ooh, Champ Scarls. Alright, well, here I am, not thinking about the longsword line. Vinch is. Against Japanese cav archers. Okay, interesting. Remember, the cav archers do have one more attack than the Arb line, and should be able to do decently at punching through the Malian Pierce armor, but it is still a lot of Pierce armor. Skirm's going down as the cav archers have to hoover around. And there is the castle going up, shooting down the outpost. So let's see, two-handed sword scarls on the way. Chemistry and ring archer armor as well. That could be elite skirm and bombard cannon then. And Vinch needs to hold until his eco kicks in and he can pump military. If he has enough barracks, and he does have 3, he can start overwhelming overwhelming the cav archer numbers with swordsmen and skirms. And it feels like he's doing that already. Same thing happened to me. You're back at 1.2. I feel 1.2 is a great elo to improve at, because you've gotten to the point where you know most of the basics, and you're just about at the point where you really can start playing the game. And getting from 1.2 to 1.5 to 1.6, I think that's where AoE 2 really starts to get interesting. And you start leaving, that's the last vestiges of you're mastering the spreadsheets and moving on to playing the game. I'm stuck at 16 to 1700 for years. One day I just grinded ladder games and went from 1800 to 1900. I have no idea what my elo would be if I were to sit down and really practice, because I know I've definitely casted a lot since I've last played seriously, and I have no idea if that pays off for playing. I've played a lot of team games too, which probably helps. That definitely is a different beast than 1v1s. Mangonel here goes down to the skirms, and Vinch feels like he's gotten to the point he's pushing out. I don't think this trub push is in time for dark. And everything Vinch did was slowly taking advantages. It feels very Viper-like in the way he played this. Very slowly taking small advantages, never making one huge play, but back in the peak Viper days. Never overly aggressive, finding ways to boom while keeping the pressure up, and making sure he wasn't counterattacked. And yeah, he took some damage, even went down to almost 0 military at one point, but had a big enough eco that he never was threatened. And that always feels like it's the meta way to play AoE 2. The slowly boom with small advantages. And unless you have a really big civ mismatch, it usually works. Don't tell me we're on the cusp of a new pandemic. Don't scare me like that. The AI pandemic? You mean the singularity? Oh, there goes a trub fight win. And Vinch has lost quite a few cannon. He's lost quite a few cannon, but he's still up 127 to 73 vils. I'm worried maybe the Champs Carl swap isn't affordable for him, and he's pop blocked. He needs houses, and he is struggling. Struggling in ways that he doesn't really need to be struggling. He could maybe secure some more gold that'd be good for him. But down to 1 treb with all the cannon he lost. Trying to pick off trebs, and he still can pick off trebs. Down some of them go. But he's still losing more cannon. And this has been really devastating how many cannon he's lost to trebs. Here comes some samurai. Remember, samurai have their Zumi attack now. And there'll be chainmail armor, squires, stone mining all on the way for dark. Archers come forward as the skirms come out. And we'll push them back. Cannon goes down. Herbal medicine. Hey, herbal medicine is actually great for cav archers. Japanese, he does have it, yes. Cav archers in a castle healing? That is great. Now maybe the eco is starting to kick in more. Vinch has the armor, has the attack upgrades, and has the champion upgrade. Lost the TC. Has 4 barracks now pumping out champ scarls. 80 Vils off of 1 TC eco. I mean, he's still down by 50 Vils. And he has a great KD. And that has been great map control with the castle. Over time, though, he's going to be overwhelmed by Vinch. More cannon going down. Vinch needs to maybe lay off the cannon. He keeps losing all of them. Even the zoomy samurai pick off the cannon. And down it goes. More cannon going down. Which civs lack herbal medicine, Byzantines lack it. Does anyone else lack it? No one else that I remember lacks it. Byzantines were always, they lack herbal medicine because their monks heal faster, civ. And down goes the castle finally, and here comes the flood. Champions pour in, and will this be a doubt castle or will it go up? Will this be a doubt castle? Will it be a doubt castle? 96, 97, 98.84%. And 2 samurai there are left outside to watch in horror as their castle does not go up. Their tribes are trying to find a way back into that gate. They'll make it safely. Dark lost quite a few Vils there. Now he's down under 60 Vils again. And I think Vinch is now on the edge of going up 2-0. Huns and Vikings. Did Huns always miss it? That was a thing Huns, Cav Archers, Hunnic Cav Archers in castles on Deathmatch. Okay, good Cav Archer raid here, speaking of Cav Archers. Raiding some Vils. Vinch enough Vils. He's still double the Vil population of Dark. More than double. And Vinch is getting some raids himself. There's a monk in there healing. Champions going for the monks. If they can pathfind their way to the monks. Vinch also has a relic behind this. And here comes the flood continuing to pour in. Slowly but steadily, like the rising tide, into Dark's base. Bringing up 2-0. And the Champ Scarls do it. And they saw how strong the Japanese Cav Archers are, and it took Vinch a long time to break out. But eventually, the tide of his eco was inevitable and could not be held back. So that'll be 2-0 for Vinch. And Malians over Japanese. That's just true. The university was never the strong suit or the monastery for the Huns. That's very true. Best West, thank you. Let's see here, next game, here we go. Keep sipping my coffee. And queue without teammates and have to deal. Ooh, that is rough. The team game matchmaking system definitely needs some work. Nice music. Oh, Shire rocks. Alright. So, quick carpet check. Duplicate carpets. And, ooh, 4 of a kind carpets. Bench. Grab another sip of coffee real quick. And welcome to game number 3. We'll have Vinch as the red Maya with a 4 of a kind yellow carpet over here to the east. And then Dark as the blue Bengalis to the west. I'll have a pair of those red carpets. Only 1 duplicate. But not the 5 out of 324 chance of having all carpets separate. Maya, an interesting civ choice for... Ooh, look at that. That's not the lore that Dark really wants. He wants it under the TC. He garrisoned a bit too early. Nice to see, even at this level, that there's still some nuance to getting the boars in the right spots. And, oh, the reason he messed up is because he was laming. I was going to say, the Maya are an interesting Arabia civ. And now that we're in the new patch, that the Eagles have their old cost 20 food instead of the 25 food it had been raised to. Now it's lowered back to 20. Makes it easier to go Eagles. And now the Maya have all 3 options, really, of crossbow, eagle, and skirm. I mean, crossbow, eagle, and plumed archer. Skirm always is a thing, but we all know pros and their... What's it called? Their single-minded avoidance of Maya skirms? As I'm sure Dave's chat would remind y'all of the Reddit post. But that is a second boar in already. For Dark, who has some nice laming and 1 more boar forward that he can protect. And he can even think about luring in an ibex too. Ooh, he did miss his sheep by a tile. Well, does see the boar. And with 4 on wood, I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see him lure in the boar rather quickly. Try to make up for the difference in making sure it doesn't get lamed. Like, the buff feels like Eagle Play completely disappeared for a while. I agree. I feel like the American civs were really hurt by the Eagle nerf. And Ibex pushed in, 3 boars. Good start for Dark. He has the laming he wanted. Lost a bit of scout HP, but that's it. Vinch still going for a pre-milled rush without the boar. And where is his eagle? Just pushing in Gazelle's Ibexes to make up for the laming difference. Red Bull is sold out, indeed. I'm going to be doing a lot of grinding over the next few weeks after I finish the TTL maps, casting and preparing. And also there's going to be the Brazil land over the summer. I'm making the maps for that, and now that the DLC is public, we're going to hopefully have some new maps in tandem with the event using some new DLC stuff, but I don't have any more details about that. I'm going to be learning that over time. Am I going to London? I have tickets for it. I haven't planned out my trip yet. I kind of want to take a larger vacation. I might want to do, like, some type of subathon, and if we do well, then decide to take a larger vacation. We'll see. Need to get stuff planned out. Oh, thank you, Ray, for the sub. Thank you very much. Woot. Thank you very much for the 6-month sub streak. I almost read that as steak instead of streak, but my mind was like, that's not the right word. You know it's not the right word. Don't be silly. Finish drinking your coffee and wake up more. Is Silly Sunday? What about Wacky Wednesday? Do y'all remember those barbecue Turkmen videos, Wacky Wednesday? There's a game with nothing but skirms. And that's in my vague recollection of YouTube memories. Oh, ooh, Dark. No, Dark, don't lose the scout to the TC. Not like this. Not like this. You've done so well up until that point. 1 HP. I guess 1 HP is all you need. 1 HP is all you need. And he has to be careful that the Drush doesn't run around that house. I'd be worried that there aren't a couple more tiles of wall there. And so far, so good for his Drush, though. Should be able to take out that house in the Dark Age. Remember, the Dark Age houses have -2 melee armor and less HP. There's a bit of walling on the house. Keep the militia out, and that's the type of wall I'd want to see. There we go. As the militia keep running around. And there's the eagle running through. That's what I was afraid of the entire time, but the eagle, maybe that was a mistake from Vinch. I don't know if he actually wanted to be in the back there. The eagle's kind of trapped now. There aren't any low HP vills that I see. Maybe one for the eagle to snipe off. But the eagle not able to do too much. Can be annoying in stopping walling behind if the Drush tries to break in. Nice movement from Vinch to be atop the hill there. Okay, actually, maybe this could be annoying. There'll need to be 2 vills from Dark to repair the house, but now that he's in feudal, he'll have a bit more HP. He did destroy a house with the Drush. And now has 4 militia forward into men-at-arms. Didn't even do loom on the way up. It was so well walled he didn't do loom. Okay, interesting. Eagle didn't pick off. I don't know if Vinch noticed that, but yeah, the eagle's low on HP now. And no loom on the vills, so not much left for the eagle to do. Range up. Now, Bengalis against Maya. If you get past the initial feudal stages, I think that the Maya can struggle mightily dealing with Rathas. Rathas beat eagles, they beat plumes, they beat crossbows. And, okay, yeah, sure, you can go for Maya skirms. But then you face Ratha plus Mangonel. And I'm not sure what the Maya do there. There's still a good enough Civ with a great eco. They can power through the game and try to simply outplay the Rathas. But it's not an easy task, and one of the, I think, more difficult unit matchups for them to deal with. And if there is a Civ to have against the Maya, I think Bengalis are the one that Dark wants. And every Civ opens with them. We did see early on, I think, a bit more variety in the builds with some scouts. But particularly, I think it's also a playstyle thing for different players like different openings, but the men-at-arms have been very well liked by Vinch, and seemingly by Dark as well. I do miss good old Scouts Arabia. I feel Scouts on a map where you can't wall. Oh, ooh, that's perfect. This is perfect too. Look at this tower. Look at this tower from Vinch. That is so sneaky. Oh, Dark could have walled honestly fewer tiles over here, 1 house and a couple palisades, and been much safer. But oh my gosh, that tower from Vinch. That's Dark's only wood line. Oh. And that the only way to take that out is going to be his own tower. Vinch can wall that in. Oh, that is nasty. That takes out both wood lines. Vinch can add more layers of wall. If I'm Vinch, I'm walling that in right there too. Oh, that is nasty. What does Dark do for wood now? He has to go forward. He has to go forward for wood. Set up a lumber camp there. Well, maybe he'll just do a mining camp over here. That is nasty as the house goes up. Vinch runs into the army. This will be a good fight for Dark. Vinch doesn't have the numbers there. There is armor for Vinch. And Dark having good res lead, 2 vil lead. Does have a eco kill. Similar idle time for both. So has used those free 2 vills to catch up. Feudal, yep, feudal houses have -1 melee armor and 750 hit points. The Dark Age houses are a bit more extreme at -2 melee armor and only 550 hit points. Market going up for Vinch at the front, as the archers keep hoovering around and the men-at-arms force the skirms back. The tents are less durable? I guess so. And enough archers here in this fight with the men-at-arms that they're still useful against the skirms. They'll try to close the distance and now focus the vills. Ooh. 1 vill down. Skirms zigzagging back and forth away from the men-at-arms though and pick off the archers. And Dark has to be careful about running into the TC. Don't run into the TC, Dark. Dark's been running into the TC quite a lot this series. And he's now doing a market in the middle of nowhere, farming in the middle of nowhere. That tower is going to be so annoying for him. You maybe do a TC on the wood lines and clean it up with a TC in the Castle Age. But figuring out a way to clean that up will be difficult. And his eco is suitably imbalanced for the type of tower you'd see in his eco. And Vinch clicks up first, Dark right behind him. And that'll be Vinch mining some forward stone. Only 1 stone available. If there's one way that Vinch can secure this game, it's making sure that the Bengali player does not get to Rathas. Nothing beats Maya plumes. If you're losing with Maya plumes, then you simply need to add another 60 plumes. He vills is sufficient eco for 120 plumes. You are confident in the plumes. Haven't did the Skirm micro. Indeed, indeed. Gotta love Skirm micro.
Shot it. Tabish.
200 Eldorado Eagles. That cuts into the plume population, though. I guess the Eldorado Eagles should be good against Rathas, but Eldorado Eagles are not the Castle Age Eagles that you have. Or at the Castle Age Eagles that you have. 500 stone? Well, he is prepared to buy stone for a castle. You can... Where does he build it, though? I guess the ideal spot for a castle might be here on this hill, between the gold and the wood line. You could do it by your main gold, you could clean up the tower with it. Oh, he's going elephant archers. That is a play. Elephant archers. 3 range elephant archers. 4 range. Okay, he's not going Rathas, he's going elephant archers. Okay, that was not what I was expecting. Should they be good against eagles? I guess so. Well, they have the extra attack like cav archers. The Maya won't have great monks. And he is 900 resources ahead. Okay, let's go. Let's go elephant archer. 4 ranges, won't have ballistics for a while. Forward workshop from Vinch. Are workshops useful against elephant archers? That wall needs to be repaired. Probably with more than 1 vill. I deleted a mostly built range. That hurts. Eats into your wood quite a bit. Maya Skirm Tech is Castle Age, yes. This is a good... The 7 elephant archers is more on the way. This is a good number of elephant archers. My worry is ballistics, though. That deleted range could have been a university. And here come the Agalos hoovering around. Eagle Warrior on the way. Not in yet. This elephant being pathfinded away. Oh, look at those. Oh my gosh, Nilly, what are you doing to those elephants? They're dancing. What are they doing? There they go. Maya skirms. Oh, and a normal elephant. Oh, the elephants don't stop. Husbandry on the way. Vills quick walling themselves, eagles being annoying. A couple elephant archers will need to clean them up. Well, there's a mangonel. Will elephant archers care about a mangonel? Probably not. Well, Vinch has to keep that garrisoned, right? Yeah. Only hippos have perfect pathing. I don't think even hippos have perfect pathing. Oh, another tower. Well, why not keep tower rushing? Does Dark even know that Vinch is there on the stone? He does not. He'll see the tower, but too late. And has to play on that forward wood line still. Eagles fighting the elephants, and I don't think this is a good fight for the eagles. They have their armor, they have their upgrades. The elephants will micro, no ballistics, but maybe they don't need ballistics against the melee unit. I think the elephants, look at that HP difference. I think that they win, especially if they can micro atop the hill. Oh my gosh, look at that. Look at Nilly dancing with that eagle. Dancing with eagles. What is that eagle doing? Look at it go. Look at it go. A monk to heal could be nice. Monks to convert could be nice for Vinch. And even a monastery simply for devotion could be nice for Dark. That's 2 elephants cleaning up the workshop, and the elephant archers continue pushing. Is this how you beat the Maya? With elephant archers? 16-9 military, 12-ville lead, and this is a chunky military. And elephants hit 1 monk, hit a 2nd monk, and now they can climb atop the hill. Fight the eagles, and still, look at that HP difference. 55 hit points to 230 hit points. And this will be, I think, a pretty decent fight for the elephant archers. These things do not go down. They are very chunky and very meaty. And the monks are the best options here. Bloodline's on the way. Yeah, why not add an extra 20 hit points? Why not? More barracks for Vinch. That won't go up in time. He is now going to lose all of his gold. He only have 1 gold in the back. And losing the gold is not good if you want to make eagles. They are very gold heavy. And I think Dark's about to get himself on the scoreboard here. Ballistics and Bloodlines on the way. Exactly, just going 1 TC full military. Ballistics on the way. And even has armor for the elephants, so he can stand underneath the TC for quite a bit too. They have some good base pierce armor. Yeah, that's true. Remember, Bengalis do have elephant 25% bonus damage resistance and more resistant to conversion. I don't know exactly what that is. They are more resistant to conversion. I do agree they ruined monks, though. I miss monks. I mean, I missed conversion swapping. I think devotion is a huge nerf to monks that applies to far too many units and probably shouldn't apply to unique units. I think devotion would have been interesting if it applied only to stable units. Make it a stable tech, so you don't need the monastery to defend against monks. And make it a stable tech, and that way your knights are more useful against monks, and you are buffing your light cav that already is the counter against monks. I don't like that it applies to everything. I think that monks should be a good counter to unique units. And having devotion apply to unique units, I think, is a bit too far. Devoted horses. Yeah, keep devotion to the stable. And if you want to decrease the cost of faith and imp, that's fine. That helps as a counter to some of the imp techs. But I think making devotion a bit more limited in scope would have been a better design. And you specifically target the knights and light cav against monks rather than everything. Dark showcasing the he's showcasing the entire elephant catalog. The armored elephant on its way too. He is playing Bengalis. The way the elephant lovers love the Bengalis. Who won? Doubt won his previous KOTD set. I didn't see it and I didn't see who it was against, but I know he won. I heard he reverse swept it. Maybe it was Vivi. Okay, these Vils. Very exposed ballistics is in, so the elephant archers will now do some very fine killing. And as wonderful as Vinch's towers are, they are no replacement for a stampede of elephants in your eco. I don't know if skirms even beat armored elephants. Maybe they do. Here's the GG. I feel like the game was won in the transition before the elephants happened, when Dark pulled ahead in eco. And putting the Rathas aside, I'm actually not sure how the Maya defend against this. Maybe Maya skirms is the answer. That leads to other follow-ups from the Bengalis, though. Rather than eagles. Or Tusk for Vinch to come back. Get the elephant puns in the chat. And let's see, 2-1 in favor of Vinch. And that's finally a loss for the Maya. And a win for the Bengalis. A good Civ matchup, I think. Era, I gotta love the AOM music. Bletchley Park? I don't know what that is. I didn't go on a trip to Edinburgh last year. I almost went to visit the place where logarithms were first, or one of the places logarithms were first written down. There's a Scottish necromancer, and also independently Swiss, I want to say, astronomer or watchmaker, who both independently came up with logarithms in the early 1600s. Oh, it's a lobby, not a... There we are. Yeah, Dark putting up some fight. Yeah, that's remember this is a 700 elo difference. But I don't think 700 elo is very accurate as to the skill level. His Vinch is at 3020. 3020. What's the highest? Is that the highest? I know Hera and Vinch are the two players who have crossed 3k elo. I don't know what Hera's highest was. Oh, did Lewis make it to 3k? Really? Now it's Vinch, Hart, Sato, Yo, and Barles. Not even Hera in the top 5. Yo's grinding too. Everyone watching on YouTube, though, is watching in 4K already. And well past 3K. Never reached 3030. Okay, okay. YouTube saying his highest was 3045. Do they count for Woolaloo? I don't think so. I think it is all going to be the Empire Wars ladder. There'll be a fresh Red Bull ladder come the beginning of January, and that will be determining who qualifies. And once more, we'll put Vinch in red. So here we are, duplicate rugs again. We'll have Dark as the blue Portuguese to the west, and Vinch as the red Italians to the east. We have a couple of duplicate rugs for him. Portuguese Italians. Okay, same architecture set. I would think that the Portuguese are probably the better Arabia Civ, but Italians with Condottieri in the late game to counter them sound interesting. Hopefully your Elo is immortalized somewhere. Immortalized Elo, that is a thing. Little rock formations too in the middle of this Arabia. So a couple of sheep coming in from the outside for Vinch. And, well, we'll see. What build is Vinch going to do with the Italians? 6 on sheep and going to wood, so he's not lowering a boar super early. He did get lamed in the previous game, but it looks like we're not going to have any repeats of the laming. We will have an early boar lore here from Dark, too. The Portuguese do have the option of going for the early mill, but not going to be a thing here for Dark. Simply take the boar lore nice and easily there, and move the lumber camp over to the wood line. You got 1300 plus Empire Wars. I have no idea if Empire Wars Elo corresponds at all to 1v1. I don't think anyone at the high level really plays the Empire Wars ladder. I think Nilly and T90 try to stay 1 and 2 on it, or at least they did in the past. How do you feel about a bonus where 2 techs can be researched simultaneously from a building, say fletching and first armor at the same time? That sounds like it would be confusing from a UI perspective. I don't know what that would look like to have 2 techs multi-queued. I think any proposal for that would need to come with a UI design to make it work. And if it looks cool from a UI, then yeah, maybe that's an interesting idea. Certainly feels a lot more appropriate than something like the hero units do, or something like the Schwarmschreider. Probably easier just to have them research faster. Yeah, and in some ways a bit more useful, right? But that does already overlap technologies research faster from the Portuguese. I'd say more useful because you still need to afford both of them, and you could maybe afford them sequentially, where you couldn't afford them both at the same time. Lewis Tyus 2936, getting conflicting info about Lewis. I'll have to bring Lewis on to CoCast at some point. I'd like to get some insights from someone who's very familiar with the KUTD Arabia version. And that Ibex pushed in right behind the TC. Kind of an awkward spot, but has 2 of them decaying there. So Dark, 4 on wood. Barracks before the mill. even as Portuguese barracks before the mill. Forward barracks for the Portuguese does feel awkward, and all three of the golds for Dark are somewhat to the north. We'll have a very far back gold for Vinch. As his gold at the front is pretty forward, but also wallable. He can go around towards the TC. And he actually has a very compact base if he walls from the side of the wood to the TC, and around the front, looping around. A fast castle versus early regression, that's definitely a thing that happens around the 1200 elo if you FC knights. It's a very wide variety in the effectiveness of drushes. And oh my gosh, Dark gets the wall up just in time. I was worried he would let the drush in, but safe for now. Keeps walling that up, and he's getting forward 3 militia there and doing loom. Longer Dark Age for Dark. Honestly, this feels like an old drush flush build. He'll be up a bit slower than Vinch. Vinch did 2 militia and is up kind of slowly himself too. Both will play skirms realistically. Both go skirms. So what do the Italians have for skirms? Foot archers +1 melee pierce armor. Does that apply to their skirms? I don't even know that. Does that apply to their skirms? Actually pretty sick if it does apply to skirms. And then discounted gunpowder units versus arquebus gunpowder units. Essentially ballistics for gunpowder. Doesn't apply to skirms. Hello, Butter. How are you doing, Butter? I still need to work on that map that I was sent a while ago. I forget who sent it to me. Was it Ace John who sent it to me? Well, I've been out of commission the past week with a migraine, and I've lost track of everything I was working on. Now, this is a Civ matchup I've seen go both ways in Imp. So I'm not actually sure who to favor in the long run. But I do feel the Portuguese have a slightly better eco early on with their berry bonus, and their technologies researching faster. Loom being faster, wheelbarrow being faster, is a slight eco bonus as well. Men-at-Arms on the way, and here Dark's going to lose a house, needs to make sure he rebuilds it. And we'll have 4 Men-at-Arms, and potentially even an early Arson, who wants to push through with the Men-at-Arms. Vinch will look to trap this army again as he brings an archer over. And we'll have a good trap. Army can't flee. And they'll be trapped against the TC here. So nice walling from Vinch to keep the men-at-arms bundled up in one area. And they'll try to run away from the TC. Good walling there. Nice Alcatraz practice from Vinch. And those are 4 wasted men-at-arms essentially. Vinch did, with 2 militia, take out a house, and has done more damage with 2 militia than Dark has with his 4 men-at-arms. Dark will get the scout away, and Dark now can try to break out. Has to manage the attack on the wall versus the attack on the archers running back and forth. And Vinch doesn't quite run back in time. He will get the scout. Killing a scout is useful. Men-at-arms will break out. Men-at-arms will break out. And nicely done to escape there. I think the Vil over-chopped a bit. And Vinch not keeping track of his archers as best as possible. And second range up for Dark. Okay, second feudal range, looking to get aggressive. You think Italian's better than Portuguese? Age up bonus is nice, but I always felt that they didn't have the best eco bonus. It feels like they have an eco bonus that was balanced for AOC civs and not for power creep DE civs. Choppy stream looks like a slight chop on YouTube. Hopefully that gets resolved soon though. Looks fine on Twitch. Twitch can confirm it's fine. Hopefully it solves itself in a moment. It'd just be a YouTube thing. One day we'll have fiber internet. Touching on Wait for the archers. As the militia go down. Small blip on YouTube. Alright. Wasn't that a video service once? Blip TV. As I seem to remember that being a thing once. Scout goes down. And the archers keep doing damage. And this is a good fight for Dark, pushing forward against Vinch. Build count still equal, and that should be a good res collected lead for the Portuguese. Okay, looks like it should be settled down now on YouTube. OBS tells me it's fine. Hopefully it is fine. That might just be YouTube degrading my quality because they don't like that I don't play ads. Italians or Byzantines? I'm always gonna like the Byzantines. Well, they're both pretty similar in they want to go for a fast imp trub fight usually. Different strengths for that same build. That's why we see them on shoals so much if you saw a previous TTL. Italians and Byzantines. Winning the golds on the sides while also being a good water sieve. You gotta love the cataphracts for sure. Can I do a deep dive? Now that could be an interesting topic. Into Archer Micro. Those cataphracts do pack quite a punch indeed. Better to fire and retreat than face them toe to toe. A finished house gives you 21 food. That is a very specific number. And Dark's still taking a good fight. Overall, KD is still pretty close. Finch up by 2 kills. And that's around 30 seconds of a difference. Dark up faster. Going for a 3rd range. So 3 range, crossbows. Doesn't look like he's adding in skirms anytime soon. Staying on the crossbows. Finch still taking a better fight. Getting a bit of map control here. But Dark with a good eco lead. And as you say, no skirms mixed in yet from either player. Vinch with a good archer lead. And still on 2 ranges though, not adding in that 3rd range like Dark is. If you look at Vinch's scouting, we see he doesn't quite have line of sight of that 3rd range yet. Couple archers are wandering around the side. As some archers come around. And full house walls for Dark. As he is up first. And we'll be adding in crossbow Bodkin right away. There he goes, Bodkin crossbow. And we'll try to defend. And we'll try to trap these archers here from Vinch. Vinch doing what he can to run away. I actually do have a video, now that you mention it, on how projectiles are less accurate in DE than they are in the original game. Archer goes down there. Siege Workshop is better than Ballistics? That is always an it depends situation. And going for the right decision is something that I'm actually not sure of. That's... If you have a lot of crossbows, going for early Ballistics is great. And I feel if you go straight for a Workshop into Mangonels, crossbows cannot micro you. Even into skirms, you kind of want ballistics. I mean, scorpions, you still want ballistics these days. So I'm not exactly sure there. That'll be a question if I can bring on Lewis or someone to co-cast. To ask a co-caster. There are definite trade-offs to both. But I think in this situation where you're going pretty heavy into the crossbows, you want ballistics as fast as you can. Less accurate, like they messed up the collision calculations somehow. There was an old AoE zone post of basically an archer walking in a straight line, or a villager walking in a straight line away from an archer, and differences in the original game without ballistics, the archer consistently hit the vill. In DE, the archer never hit the vill. And you see that all the time when vills are retreating from wood lines, and crossbows or archers or cav archers are trying to hit the vills. If they don't have ballistics, they never hit the vills. And ballistics becomes much more important in DE than it was in the past. And simply because it lets you hit the vills that are running away from wood lines, or it always was important for that, or for hitting units that are retreating, but it is even more so in DE than it was in the past. So, crossbow's still dancing quite a lot. I suppose over here going down. And ooh, there's the mangonel. There's the mangonel from Dark. And that mangonel changes things all of a sudden. And Vinch is going to have to be on the back foot running away. Build count's still pretty equal. 1 TC for both. And mangonel also now for Vinch. So both players pretty much the same build. Ballistics, then followed by a workshop and a mangonel. And Vinch doing everything he can to dance. Overall, KD is very, very equal. And maybe things change when Vinch comes over. Vinch still has the hill, and ooh, he gets a nice mangonel shot. Nice mangonel shot. And this comes down to mangonel micro now. And the mangonel goes down. Vinch with the splits. Not taking a single shot. And he could clear another mangonel before the repairville gets there. That is brutal. That's brutal, not having the repairville. And Vinch, all of a sudden, he's forcing a 4th range out from Dark. And as Dark has to react with military, has to run away from the wood line, Vinch is able to add another TC behind this on his gold mine. Keep pumping from 3 ranges. And I mean, same exact build from both. Tiny, tiny advantage now. That Vinch is able to turn into something huge, breaking into Dark's base. Dark didn't have the full wall behind this because he had opened it up. And oh, this is nasty. This is nasty even just from the idle time. Bill's going down. Crossbow's going down too. And now, remember when that KD was 39 to 37? Now it's 62 to 42. And Vill's going down left and right. Vinch is opening up a good Vill lead now. And he's looking to go up 3 to 1. One moment, Dark had a mangonel advantage, but a couple of bad hits here and there, losing to crossbows. He's cleaned that up, but I think the damage is done with the idle. Look at that idle eco percentage difference there, 21% now. He's struggling to get the mangonels out, I think. Pushed off a gold, stuck on that gold in the back. That's his only gold access now. His other 2 golds are pretty far forward. And Vinch can control behind these 2 wood lines now. There is no wood in the back for Dark. Look at how empty, how arid and dry the back of that base is. Should be an F1 caster? I've never watched F1. Maybe I could do it because I'm used to running. And it's the same thing, only with cars, right? And, oh, Dark, no, don't take mangonel shots like that. Oh, is it possible you hear both? Oh, thank you for pointing that out. You are absolutely correct. Oh, I forgot to change my audio when I went from map scripting mode to game mode. And remind me I'll need to swap my mod in between games. Why not F1 driver? I think I get too motion sick for that. People overtaking running never in F1. That's true. Isn't there some huge... I don't know if this is F1 or what type of racing it is, but some huge race in Monaco that has been optimized to the point where whoever starts in first wins the race. And it's a huge event more for the spectacle than it is for the actual race nowadays. Thumbring on the way for Dark, 4 ranges. Yeah, there aren't places to overtake there. An Imperial Age on the way for Vinch. There's Town Watch and Imperial Age on the way. Lots of lower classes are exciting and interesting, but the highest tier, not so much. I'd imagine the highest tier is very, very, very optimized. And they'd make these 19 pop-up times look pathetic in terms of optimization. And here's Vinch up to Imp. Chemistry, Bracer on the way. And using the fast Imp of the Italians, has opened himself up a 900 res lead. A 7 vill lead after being Imp, 10 villager kills, and has to make sure he doesn't lose to the Mangonels before he gets Bracer. You get Bracer, you outrange the Mangonels, and you get 1 extra damage to overcome the Pierce Armor, and all of a sudden, you double your attack. And Bracer crossbows actually wreck Mangonels. 22, I don't think 22 pop scouts was ever too fast for newcomers. Now that's what I learned back in 2012 or so, reading Chris's book. But back then you did Loom early on. Maybe that made a difference. And Dark's army being cleaned. There's the GG. And was very equal until Vinch had a slight advantage in one fight. Took a huge Mangonel lead, snowballed, and won from there. And some good traps on the men-at-arms from Vinch. Been paying very close attention to him and his quick walling. And let me double check that I restart my game now. Thank you for reminding me that for the sounds. I haven't been streaming in a while. Forgot all the buttons I need to click. And this is the best of 7, so we have another game. And let's get this scoreboard then. 3-1 Vinch. And there was Italians. Last picked Italians over the Portuguese. Fairly highly picked. Wei and Shu highly picked. Or first picked Wei for both. It's like the Wei are becoming popular. They're the way to go. And Armenians Shu. Coming up next, maybe we'll see some fortified churches. Vinch are very crisp. That's what you expect from all of Vinch's micro. And here we are, game number 5. Vinch up 3-1, looking to close it out. You will have 2 pairs of rugs there. It'll be the red Armenians to the west, and Dark will be the blue Shu to the east. We'll have 1 duplicate, that yellow rug, just missing the... Oh no, 2 duplicates. I'm still waiting to see another one of those. I think it was Prisma who had all unique rugs. Anyway, once more dark, luring the early boar right away. Not going to leave that up to being lamed. And we'll have another boar in the back. I think the boar are usually in pretty fixed spots on this map, so it's not too hard to find them. I haven't seen them nestled behind wood lines like they were in AOC Arabia. They're all very straight on lines from the TC. Maybe that's something that could be improved a bit more, just the randomness of the boar locations. Yes, the predator animals were removed. Predator animals, all the lions were removed. So TC getting some shots on the boar. There it goes. As the ibex is pushed in. Bill will come out over on this wood line. No lion? Yeah, that is very true, Ultra. Very true that no lions is a buff to the drushes. What is the next match? It is Liereyy versus Lucho. Liereyy versus Lucho. And everything from here on out is a best of 7. So they will continue on Tuesday, of Monday as a day off. And then it'll be Tuesday, Wednesday, finishing the round of 16, Thursday, Friday round of 8, semifinals on Saturday, and finals on Sunday. It's a very quick timeline for King of the Desert. But we should have some very good days of Age of Empires at the end of the week. Epic's getting pushed in. Finals are best of 9. I think everything else is best of 7, yes. Here comes a scout chasing a Vil. Dark will simply run away from the scout and then run back to the house. Can wall behind the Vil if need be. His gold is pretty far forward. Berries in the back, so great berries in the back. 4 on wood, so it looks like it'll be more militia and not 2 plus 2. 3 militia immediately queued. For Vinch, it is just 2. And maybe a good fight if... Well, actually, he canceled the militia. Dark canceled 1 there. I was going to say, maybe a good fight if he catches the militia 3 versus 2, but he's just going to go forward with the 2. And try to find a way to do damage, but Vinch is very well walled. These multiple wood lines all binding together over here. And Vinch will be very well walled by the time the Drush even gets to him. This is a good old Drush FC map. He could even fish boom back there if he wanted to. Choices on hunt for Vil each time when deer is boar decays. Yeah, the boar does decay more quickly than the deer, so usually you want to have as many Vils on boar as possible. But it's not that big of a difference, all things considered. And sometimes having the smoothness of spreading the Vils out is a good thing in itself. So there is a Vil kill for Vinch. Loses the militia in the process, though. And a couple of militia come forward and look to break through the wall. Over, well, we'll see what type of quick wall Vinch can get. This will be... Nah, it's not gonna work. A bit over-eager there. He does have Loom and is thinking about fighting with Loom. Up fairly slowly, both of them are. So we're not seeing the super fast up timings from these players, going more for the Drush route. And that Vil looks like she'll escape back to the TC. As that Drush still tries to break through. But no walling for Dark, and he's walling more concerned by his gold mine? And taking the back wood. But interesting that he'd spend all this time walling here and didn't even go for it. And this is an awkward place to put the mining camp too. And could put a couple of villas on the left and then a couple on the right, but that is a weird shape for mining. Vinch is indeed 30-22 elo. Second all-time to Hera, I believe, in terms of highest, but Vinch is #1 right now. Been grinding the ladder and staying high. Making this the best of 7 was a bit premature. Maybe it was. I still feel like the top 8 is probably a step above everyone else. As good of a player as Dark is, it is still a 700 elo difference. And it is so weird looking at this and seeing a 700 elo difference. But, I mean, consistently, Dark, every single game, I feel like he's running something into Vinch's TC. That's not the type of mistake you can make at this level. That's the type of mistake I make. Not what you want to see from Dark. Are there any upsides? Daniel over Sorokuma in the round of 32. I think that was probably the biggest upset. Is Doubt over Vivian upset? That's anything goes, I think. That's anything goes. Was that 32 or 64? That was actually the round of 64, that upset. I was saying, I felt like there was a good bit of randomness in player elo distributions of how much they grind versus don't grind the ladder that affects their initial seeding. And we ended up having a few closer matchups in the round of 64 that got filtered out and didn't really have the same upset potential in the round of 32 onwards. Oh, Andy versus Lucho, that's true. Lucho is one of those players who probably deserves to be seated higher than he actually was if he's against Andy in the first round. And that is a fairly early market for Dark, and it feels like his eco is in shambles. And I still don't know why he doesn't have a lumber camp on the safe wood line. And he's been taking wood in the back. Inches forward with an archer. And cleaning up the defensive militia. And yeah, Dark is up. Is Dark gonna go War Chariots? Is this FC War Chariots? Move out to the wood line now. Can't do a TC, doesn't have the stone. It's gonna be War Chariots. But as soon as Vinch gets a Mangonel or a Redemption Monk, he shuts this down immediately. I don't think there's a chance that this does much here. Yeah, there's War Chariots. I saw this a lot in the early days of the shoe. And I think it only works if you manage to get to the Castle Age and your opponent is trapped in Feudal. And you're forward with the War Chariots. Feudal Spears, if you have a lot of them, can kind of fight the War Chariots. They do enough bonus damage. And the War Chariots are slow enough that the Spears can chase them down quite well. Those are more conservative nowadays. Newcomers are more bold. You do occasionally see the Phosphoro builds from pros. Yeah, there's what I was looking for, the Forward Workshop from Dark. But that's going to be so late by the time Vinch is up. He just goes Fortified Church. Maybe even goes Knights. The Bloodline's on the way. He can do whatever he wants against the War Chariots. Oh, is he going to hit the Vil? Dark needs to realize he can fight that Scout. And Vinch will do what he can to delay the Workshop. But ultimately the Vil will finish that and he'll run the Scout away. But even just a few seconds delay on some War Chariots can be nice. Bloodline scale barding armor, and this will be a simple double stable knight transition for Vinch, which should be able to deal with the war wagons. And Andy versus Lucho was round of 32. Okay, that's better than round of 64 then, but still a pretty big upset for how well Andy had been playing recently. But if you're seeing FC Shu, you're anticipating this anyway, even if you're not scouting it. But good job eventually to find it. And it will force Vinch off of this wood line, but he is the Armenians, he has mule carts, he can run to wherever he wants to go to take wood, even has a very safe wood in the back. I don't know if 2 knights are enough here. Maybe they are. I'll be splitting up. Yeah, that's 1 chariot down. 1 knight will go down, maybe. They can't run away. But the knights, so that knight can even hoover in on the mangonel. Dodge. Oh, the micro. Knight goes down, but everything here will be killed too. Gajurs, I'd imagine, would shut this down too with camels. Well, Vinch is now safe. He has enough knights. He can defend himself whenever he wants to. He can add TCs as soon as he gets the wood. Everything going his way here. Bosaw on the way. I know how to counter. How you counter war chariots is get to the castle age. Mangonels shut them down. Redemption monks shut them down. Knights shut them down. Camels shut them down. Or you could stay feudal and spam spears. Is probably the best thing you can do in feudal. And now forward church for Vinch. We'll do a monk. And can think about getting ready for a TC. Looks like he sold a bit of stone. TC on the gold could be nice too, but I guess he's secured with the fortified church anyway. Some massacre with camel Shravamtrider. Oh yeah, Shravamtrider. To magic shield absorb some of the projectiles. That feels nice. And now the warrior priest for Vinch can casually stroll about picking up relics. And this will be one of those 7 relic versions of Arabia. 1 all the way in the back, but then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 relics. And we'll grab that one, bring it into the church. Light goes down. And relic brought back into the church. And defensive monastery for dark, but the downside for the Shu is that they do not have redemption. And they do not even have sanctity. Now, war chariots just passing here. I'll try to perforate that warrior priest. Down he goes. And Bosaw on the way, but 2 relics already in for Vinch. On military mode. There we go, that's the full mini-map. If anything, Shu missing scorpions is a nerf to them. Much rather have a ball of scorpions than risk killing them with your crossbows. Yeah, the war chariot, there was a time I think that people thought it was useless. Then it got a bit of a resurgence with that FC build. Now I think it's fallen off into the people know how to counter it category. And okay, this looks a bit risky for Vinch. He's gonna have to turn around with the knights. Light Cav on the way to see if husbandry. No husbandry yet. The knights did feel a bit slow. Mills will have to run from the TC as the monk goes around. The monk goes for a conversion on knights. How expensive are these things again? I think they're a bit more expensive than scorpions. But they're not as expensive as mangonels. Think between a scorpion and a mangonel. And here's Redemption, and Redemption makes the monks against the war chariots very scary. If you like Cav still hoovering around to pick off monks, and she'll just dive there, dodges the war chariots enough to pick off monks. Down the monks go. As the war chariots scatter some arrows around, but now those light Cav can go back and be healed. Wheelbarrow on the way for Vinch in the forward TC. Only scary in large numbers. I feel the only time they're scary is when they are in castle and their opponent is in feudal. That's about it. 2 Vil castle from Vinch. War chariot numbers keep climbing. This is behind a better eco for Vinch, up by 700 res collected. Wheelbarrow on the way, husbandry on the way. Town watch. At least Dark keeping contact in the score and the numbers. I'll run into the TC there. And the monks are going to want conversions on the knights. Light Cav immediately run forward to snipe off the monk. And down it goes. Light Cav can go for the mangonels too. A couple of spears are in. This could be the fight that decides it if the knights can clean this. And yes, the knights indeed will clean this. A few feudal spears not going to be enough. And everything here going down. All the war chariots going down. Mangonels can't hold up to this. What's the range? They have 6 range with a minimum range of 1. I don't believe they benefit from fletching. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I don't believe they benefit from the fletching line. And now that castle will be finished for Vinch as he took a great fight. 25 to 11 KD. And closing in on almost a 1k score lead. He even will be devoted now to protect against the monks. And Dark doing a good job of picking up relics. We'll have 5 relics, but that's the only good thing for him. Continuing to fall behind in eco. Ooh, does pick a monk though. Rotha's at home. Not as good as Rotha's though. Vinch taking some damage there. I'll try to run away from the monk while dodging everything. He does. An herbal medicine to heal inside that castle. His composite bowmen are on the way. Doing his own workshop. Hasn't gotten a mangonel yet. And as I said, no redemption for Dark. So it does make it harder for the shoe to convert. Still very unfamiliar with the 3K saves. That's okay, as I am unfamiliar with them too. Is the YouTube stream lagging? It looks okay on my end still. Might maybe be on your end. As the TC does go down, so Dark at least applying pressure, and Dark is up to Imp. The stream is as good as the War Chariot. It sounds like it's lagging then. I don't have a diagnostic that says something's wrong on my end though. So it might be a YouTube issue and not a me issue. It looks like it's still stable for me. Some issues on YouTube again. Interesting. Hopefully that gets cleared up in a moment. I do have some pretty bad weather around here, but I don't see anything on my end that would indicate an issue. Usually YouTube pops up and says it has an issue. So I'm gonna hope that it just resolves itself in a minute or so. Oh, you hope the quality is better than that of the War Chariot, indeed. So Dark does make things interesting by going up to Imp. I'm not sure what Imp really gives to the War Chariots, though. It's going to be expensive to upgrade mangonels. It may afford Onager. A lot of pikemen now for dealing with knights. And the herbal medicine. Yeah, if you're on YouTube, let me know if it cleans up or gets better at all. And mangonels get a couple of hits in, but a couple isn't enough. And the composite bowmen are cleaning everything. At least they don't do all that well against the war chariots, but they shred the pikemen. And now it's Imp on the way for Vinch. His war chariots keep going down. A lot of composite bowmen went down, though. And Vinch keeps a good score lead as he clicks up with a good villager lead. Good eco lead, and feels like he's ahead everywhere. And just needs to get his timing to go up, and then he'll be fine. Traction trebs, though, those could be scary. Stable now? Alright, stable, good. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I have any control over that. Seems like it might be a downstream issue for me. Because Twitch is fine. And it might be a YouTube-specific thing. YouTube fine? Alright. So I was still waiting for fish traps in that back pond. And traction trib. We'll have to stay in the workshop for now. With all the knights nearby. Crossbows coming forward. Ballistics, thumb ring. At least the Shu have an easy path towards arbalests. Don't know if they really want to fight composite bowmen, though. OBS still tells me 0 drop frames. Now that's exactly what we want to see. But no guarantee of quality. Crossbow's doing some damage as the treb comes forward, starts hitting the castle. And that is chemistry on the way for dark. How fast is peak? With gill nets, the fish traps are faster than farms. Fish traps are indeed faster. A bit more expensive and more of a startup cost, though, but then you don't need to reseed them as often. Vinch, recognizing he's unwalled, and repairs the walls. And still 8 to 3, or 8 total relics because of the Armenians getting +1 and the map having 7. So 3 relics to 5. Not the worst deficit to be at. Embracer on the way, block printing conscription. Vinch still with a huge eco lead. 4k res collected up by 18 vills and needs to find a way to clean the army. Oh, peak fishing boat on a deep fish is much faster. And it goes shorefish, then there's a 1.25 multiplier for fish traps, and then a 1.75 multiplier for deep fish. Redemption monks getting some nice conversions here. Traction trebs, from everything I see, do counter redemption monks with how accurate they are. And Vinch will have a good raid if he moves forward just a bit, especially if he gets ballistics first. And he's getting ring archer armor for the composite bowman. Going skirm plus bowman. And traction trebs, they were buffed a bit against buildings and nerfed against units. So move them more towards the right direction. But still not that great against buildings. Yeah, they also don't need upgrades for the amazing food to wood ratio that the fish traps indeed have. Ooh, monk gets knocked there. Hi, hello on YouTube, how you doing? Caclao, how you doing? There's Gambasins for Vinch. What is Vinch gonna do? Champions? Armenian champions. Looks like the play. Armenian champions. Maybe weird against Shu archers. He will go forward skirms, knights, and try to push back the traction trebs. Still getting a better and better eco lead. And if he takes even fights, that's great for him. And we all know knights beat pikemen. Also seem to be traction trebs. It's a lot of dead units down here. Villager definitely is better and more versatile than a fishing ship, that's for sure. And here comes the long line of upgrades to get to champion. Man-at-Arms clicked for Vinch, and he has a ton of gold stockpiled. He doesn't have the unique tech yet. We'll need ferreters. But lots of HP on champion, still a weird choice against full arbalest. Full shoe arbalest at that. There's long swordsman, there's ferreters, there's armor. Still trying to hold. Is there a way that Dark can do this? Down by about 10k resources and 30 vills? If he takes a good enough fight? Traction trebs are still insanely good as a unit. And something of a counter actually to the skirm meta. Believe it or not, they don't die from skirms and they can pick them off. I know the red dots on the minimap near that fish boom site. They're so tempting, so tantalizing. We want to see the fish boom. Look at that stack of arbs. What do we have there? 35 arbs on one tile. That's a good patrol stack from Dark. Vinch able to repair this castle forever. Traction trebs do not take out castles. You do not have bolt magazine yet. Bolt magazine feels useful, but also very expensive on this economy. As long as Vinch keeps fighting consistently, he should eventually pull ahead in population due to his eco. He has 200 swordsmen done, just needs champion. And if he can thin out the arbalest numbers, that'll make the champion swap all the more impactful when it does occur. And there he is clicking champion, just needs the final armor upgrade, and then he can start pumping them out. That's true, just need a few siege towers to go with the champions now. He needs to start dreams. That is actually 100% what he needs, siege towers. Oh my gosh, what does AoE 2 come to these days? Siege tower champions. Something incredibly satisfying about laying out fish traps around a dock? There is, that's true. It would be really sad if we had auto fish trap, like auto farm. I feel like they really dropped the ball with auto farm. They just kind of copy and pasted the behavior from AoE 4 rather than coming up with a good, solid AoE 2 mechanic. Something like you hold shift when placing a mill and it places up to 8 farms around the mill. Like, depending on how much wood you have and how much space there is available. I think that would have been sick, because then it actually saves you clicks, instead of needing to spam click a mill and randomly have farms appear where you don't want them. And here come the champions. Champions are revealed. And the problem is there aren't any siege towers yet. I think you actually are 100% right. Champions inside siege towers. Get 3 siege towers filled with champions and run down the traction trebs. That'd be sick. Yeah, and here come the champions now, pushing to the traction trebs. And with enough melee damage to destroy the trebs, and do so quite readily, as the arbs are trying to defend, but the trebs, as they roll away, are still going down, and that is leaving the arbs a bit more exposed to the skirmishers, and even to the champion swords themselves. Soil fertility rating. I honestly wouldn't mind that. A map where sometimes the farms are a bit more efficient in some ways. Whether it's longer lasting food or slightly more efficient. You just make sure it's a small boost that doesn't become overwhelming. Maybe like 5 to 10% for a few areas of the map that are valuable to control. That could be interesting. It's been a long time since we have terrain effects. We have lots of civs and stuff, but whenever something new is added, like the oysters, I think it has a much more interesting impact on AoE 2 than civs. Autofarm felt bad even on principle. I don't mind the specific situation of late game you're trying to spam down farms, you make it better. I just think that they really missed the mark on the implementation of it. And from a UI design perspective, spam clicking the mill and having farms appear in a location far away from where you click is not a good design. Well, here come the champions pushing up the hill. Arv's hitting the champions, and this game has been over for a while, and Dark is just desperately trying to hang on. Vinch now making that champion swap with so much map control of his. And he's about 20,000 more res collected. He's again forced Dark to be 1 TC the entire game. And Dark has never managed to add eco behind this. There's the GG, and Vinch will do it 4-1. So there he goes. He will have even a worse KD, but enough eco that he could make up for that. And big swings in KD against the Traction Trebs, but Traction Trebs never threatening enough to the buildings that Dark was able to capitalize and push. So GG. Oysters had the great impact in making the docks mineable. Oysters, I think, were a good addition. I'd love to see more stuff like that. Little things. Even the foxes. I think the foxes were more interesting when they were pushable, but they were still a fun addition. That's Armenians over the shoe. Neither player played the first picked way. So congrats to Vinch, he will move on. And our next set then will be Liereyy versus Lucho. Let me reset the scoreboard for that. And we'll probably have a brief break there. No way, no way. And let's see, usually they are very, very good at getting the drafts ready. And already, boom. This event, well, it's listed. Okay, there we are. And transition. Boom. Even a feeling of deja vu. Alright, well, I'm going to take a quick break. Let me give a shout out to Memb if you want to watch an interview. I think he's interviewing everyone. And I'm sure we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes for the next set. So I'm going to take a brief break and turn my heat on for a couple of minutes in between the sets. And I'll be right back. Alright, everyone, welcome back. Hello, hello. Do I watch TV? I don't really watch TV. It is a child, but not really anymore. Also asking on YouTube, is this live? Yes, this is live. I was taking a quick break, but this is indeed live. Gabby is playing a Land Nomad free-for-all team game. Interesting, interesting. Back is here, back is here. Do I get crazy stuff on YouTube? Not really. I do have some members and stuff on YouTube, but I think we're still mostly a Twitch stream. And maybe that changes if I start being more active with actual edited videos again. So I haven't been keeping up with that recently. But hopefully once I finish the TTL maps, I'll have more time for that. YouTube app is stuck in this weird vertical full screen mode. Ooh, I am sorry. That is awkward. There, I can actually automatically generate a vertical cropped version for the shorts feed. Apparently I can do a vertical stream on YouTube and dual stream horizontal and vertical, but that feels like an awful thing for watching AoE2. Restart fixed it? Alright. Glad you're able to restart. So after this set, I'll probably keep going with a bit of map scripting. Not wish to be fed shorts. YouTube has a very varied audience. He's gonna stream vertical, I know. I absolutely hate shorts. I hate the fact that whenever I go to YouTube and I want to just view a video that is uploaded as a short, I need to change the URL so that it actually is viewed in the full player. Gabby, yeah, I saw you're playing FFA LAN. Good luck watching while you're playing a free-for-all Nomad. No, Gabby, when are we gonna play team games? We still need to play team games together. Good luck with your FFA. Let's play FFA together. Do you ever play Michi FFAs? I played a few of those back in the day. Michi and Land Nomad FFAs were all the rage on Voobly. I remember those. With Rusty M. Those were fun. They were custom versions of maps with tons of extra resources. And you would have hour-long FFA games Michi. If at some point FFA Michi versus Land Nomad becomes kind of the same. You cut so much on Michi that by the late game it's basically Land Nomad anyway. Probably play Turks or Huns, then you won't be able to cut. And you're putting yourself at a handicap. Land Nomad is more fun. Hey, do you do the lumber camp start? Do you do the lumber camp start, or do you start with the TC resources? I'm used to the lumber camp Land Nomad. That was special back in the day. FFA is fun but long. Yeah. The lumber camp? Yeah, you had to start with a... You didn't have resources to build a TC right away, so you had to start by building a lumber camp. And chop wood to build the TC. That's curious. That was original Land Nomad. Oh no, your toddler almost bought like 50 subs. Oh no. If you're gonna do that, make sure you go give some subs to Gabby too. Give her some Land Nomad FFA support. Start with 0 stone while you're at it. Oh, that would be cursed. Land Nomad, but you have to find stone to build a TC. Is there a water version of Michi? Sounds like Highland. Okay, Liereyy has a lobby. And Garlic Witch, thank you very much for the sub. For 19 whole months. I appreciate the support, and I hope you're just as excited as I am for the potential of seeing 6 different rugs. Rugs, yes. What's the rug meta? Brutality, the rug meta is there is a single rug by the TC for every version of King of the Desert. And we're on KUT 6 and there are 6 rugs. And it just so happens that AoE 2 has 6 different rug graphics. And we calculated that there is approximately a 1.54% chance that a player gets all 6 different rugs. I've seen it once so far. So every game we keep a lookout for the rugs. Which civ here is most likely to cheese? Korean Tower Rush, Camel Archer? No real cheesy civs. We don't have a Bengalis Phosphoro build here. Maybe the Malay could do some type of faster castle, either Caramber or Elephant spam. But these seem all pretty standard. Gebettos and Siege Tower could always be a play for Lucho if he goes with them as the Malians. Koreans, yeah, they can trush, but they're not a Tower Rush only civ these days like they were in the past. The streamer's Rug Watch. The players have a lobby up, so hopefully they get started soon. Phosphoro, you could go Phosphoro Korea for War Wagons, that's true. Fossil Foss don't matter the civ. That's true too. I mean, Liereyy could also phosphoro for organ guns. But I don't think... Definitely doesn't seem like Liereyy is the type of player who would do that. And he should be a strong enough favorite against Lucho if he does have a special strategy like that planned. I don't know if he'd want to show it here against Lucho. Drew's Vikings game 1? You want to guess the game 1 Civ? As they're still hanging out in the lobby. They've been in the lobby for a while. Oh, they have launched. They have just launched. Failed to download match content. Thanks, DE. Okay, they have launched. Chat, give me your guesses. Guess the civs. You have more possibilities now. You have 9 possibilities for each player. Stone heavy maps favor pulls these days? Guess it really depends on the setup. Inca versus Woo, no. New DLC civs, nope. Viking Saracens, nope, nope, nope. Koreans versus Malians? Ooh, you got the Malians right. Biz Malay, that would be a fun one. Feels like an arena matchup. Lucho is indeed going Malians. H2 is age 12 rated. In the US, it's rated T for teen. Which I guess would be 13 plus. I don't know what else it is internationally. And here we go. And welcome to the next round of 16 matchup. We'll have Liereyy as the Green Burgundians to the southwest, and Lucho as the Blue Malians to the northeast. Rug check. He does have 2 duplicate pairs, does Lucho. He'll be building 2 houses to the back of the TC and taking a goat not quite well positioned under the TC. A bit sloppy there at the start, maybe the nerves getting to him for the first game of the set. Liereyy will also have 2 pairs of duplicate rugs, so a wash as far as rugs are concerned. Burgundians for Liereyy, Malians for Lucho. And a tiny sliver of wood line in between the 2 players, as Lucho will be pushing in a forward Gazelle. Few goats in the back there for Liereyy. And yep, you will be taking the boar right away. As the Burgundians, you often do want to take the boar as quickly as you can. When you get that stable boar food income, you can usually afford to do the early double bit axe and get that upgrading a bit earlier. Once, twice, and thrice. Not the best position for the boar. But if you're taking it this early and not surrounding it fully, that's okay. You can block off a few extra vills with the center of the TC. And he will be moving out to the wood line. We'll have a nice lumber camp spot right next to the berries. It is a bit forward, but he can wall up using this wood line. Maybe try to keep the gold safe, a bit of a curve around it, and go to the TC. A very potato-shaped base. On the other side, very safe gold for Lucho. Honestly, he can wall over here and have 2 extremely safe golds and a ton of safe wood lines. And even wall over to the cliff however he wanted. It's a great map for him other than the forward berries. But I'll take forward berries with everything else that looks amazing here. Malians also have the option to go camels against Burgundians, be it Cavalier or Castilier that they'll be facing. And Lucho pushing in some gazelles, sending Deville forward. Probably going to get a barracks out in front of the berries. Usually expect the pre-mill drush these days. But with 3 on wood, maybe this is even a potential scout opening. We did see Vinch's set, where Vinch loves going drush into men-at-arms and does it pretty much every game. I feel that I remember seeing Vinch do that, even men-at-arms every game, years ago in an Arabia Huns tournament. That might have even been on Vubli? Maybe it was on DE. It was definitely maybe 5 years ago. There's another gazelle taken. Spill the tea on how to not age up. Add more TCs and boom. Score 0-0. Start for this next set. Let your son play AoE2 when you turn 10. I would have started playing AoE2 when it first came out. I would have played AoE1 before AoE2. As a child. With all the skeleton graphics back in the 90s. So Lucho coming forward. 3 on wood also for Liereyy. This could be a double scouts opening. Liereyy, I was thinking the early boar might have led to the early double bit axe, but not for Liereyy. He'll probably do that on his way up then. He'd take in both of his boar. And we'll send a few more vills over to wood and add in a barracks now. So a bit of walling in front of this. And a stable over here could be the play. Could even just do the stable and a house there and go for very minimal walling. Will be a militia opening here. We'll see if that gets turned into 3 militia, maybe even 4 militia from men-at-arms, or just stays 2 militia. We've seen a few different varieties on that opening so far. And looks like Liereyy will simply do a stable once he gets up. My co-cast with Nelson? Is Nelson streaming? I don't think I've ever actually casted with Nelson. That would be fun. Hello, Wise Turtle. Let's see, I think usually he is casting with Doubt on GL. Well, we'll see what they want to do. I wanted to cast Doubt's game on the GL channel for a Stronghold Frenzy, but that never materialized. How was the previous set? I think it was pretty much as you would expect. So there's Liereyy up to feudal. And okay, not going for a stable, going straight for an archery range. Going straight for a range. He did probably scout the militia or get close to scouting them. Maybe he feels them on their way. Oh, he's adding in Flemish militia. Liereyy going for the Flemish militia. Is this unit good? I have no idea. I've seen it on arena maps in the past. I haven't seen an opening for pure Flemish militia on Arabia yet. All right, let's go. Let's see it. Men-at-arms on the way for Lucho. How did Flemish militia do against men-at-arms? 1 spear to deal with the scout. And there go the Flemish forward. Okay, let's get back to the TC. Well, a bowsaw on the way for Liereyy. Investing into his economy. Did beat Hera with Flemish Revolution? Didn't Hera beat Liereyy with Flemish Revolution, if I'm recalling? They've probably beaten each other with Flemish Revolution. Whoever had the Flemish Revolution was winning back when it first was a thing. That was very silly. Okay, Flemish militia. Are they winning the fight? I think they are. Well, they've done enough damage. They've killed the scout, killed a man-at-arms. And I don't think they'll pose much more of a threat. Skirms for Liereyy. Skirms, just AoE2 things. Archer opening for Lucho should be countered by the skirms. And Liereyy, already with Bowsaw, will add in Horse Collar before adding even a single farm. And now he'll see the archers coming forward, and I'm sure he'll be happy to spot that with his skirmishers. Not going to reveal what he's doing yet. And going on to gold now. Could think about adding archers. Looks like he's going to wall up. Good wall. Whoever he wants to wall on the side should be safe there. And skirms immediately come out, and they will hit one man-at-arms and take it out. Take him down. Archer's going to run around the side. A couple militia there. Flemish militia. Archers will hit behind the wood line for a moment. 3 more tiles to wall there, but then it's still a big gap for Liereyy, and you might have to use the militia to defend the Ville. 1 man-at-arms still clogging up all of the skirms, but 1 more Flemish militia comes out for Liereyy. And Lucho will have to run back with his archers. No one with fletching yet, but Lierey's eco much better as the Burgundians adding in those upgrades. No horse collar for the farms, but that also comes with the territory when you go men-at-arms. For Lucho. Did Liereyy win that final? I was there watching it live, and I have no idea who won. All I remember is that it was a tied set, and then it was decided by Flemish Revolution, and I was sad. I was very sad. Yeah, Hera won the final with Flemish Revolution. Yes. I finally convinced them to nerf it. I think that Flemish Revolution really should have gotten the scootage treatment of they completely reworked it. Like, they eventually kind of did, but it's still there. I don't know, maybe the Burgundian gunpowder attack could be slightly increased, but made behind a unique tech. And change their bonuses a bit now that they have the Flemish militia from the barracks, which counts as a civ bonus. And houses going up here for Lucho. Oh, those Flemish militia doing a good job of breaking through that house. Negative melee armor, regardless of attack. Means you're breaking pretty quickly. There's arson in already. 2 for them. Wheelbarrow, the cheap wheelbarrow for Liereyy. Lucho will be up first, and just defending behind walls for now. I worry, though, about that economy. He's already falling a bit behind, and will not have his eco upgrades on the way up as Liereyy keeps pressuring and forcing some repairs. House won't go up, and that's going to be dangerously close to the wood line. Lucho will need another lumber camp in the back. So far, so good for Liereyy. It's been nice and simple for him. He's getting walled up, even going for the bigger wall. Adding in some houses here. And Ville's going for the house. And this is annoying to keep re-walling. Lucho didn't commit to a tower. Since he committed so heavily to archers, doesn't have the skirms to stand here and skirmish. And he's up. But up into a position where Liereyy will be walled. Liereyy might need another Vil to go wall. And no, he's actually fine. He's got houses everywhere. Might need to run that Vil. As crossbow and Bod can come in. Okay, he loses one Vil. And that should be it. He now is fully walled. And with the archers over here, doesn't need to worry about the palisades on this side of his base yet. Now, a good timing window now to defend with walls. As Lucho tries to break in. And Lucho will add a forward workshop, but not all that forward. Now that's a weird workshop that feels oddly defensive for how much map control he has. And he will run into the skirms. And what type of fight will he take against the skirms? Liereyy is going to dive the crossbows as well as he can. Crossbows should beat feudal skirms. And good find from Lucho to pick the skirms. Liereyy not all that ahead in eco, but still with much better upgrades. Graded ventilation shaft to the main reactor, the Teuton TC. So Lucho up. Did manage to clean the army with his uptiming, and now we'll be pressuring a bit behind this palisade. A bit of HP on the market at least. And Liereyy will keep trying to wall that up. Nice dodge on the Vil. Oh, look at the dodge, the dance moves. And Liereyy will keep that walled, no problem for him. Didn't even have to sell his stone, he will have elite skirm on the way. 6 or so elite skirm should probably be enough to deal with those crossbows. Even at least has armor on them, and we'll be going for the armor rather than the attack, but that will hurt against the mangonel and be harder when you don't have the range to hit the mangonel evenly. Don't want to be short on range against the mangonel for sure. Are Burgundian Cavaliers good against crossbows? That's always, it depends. It's if you have the economy to produce Cavaliers and you're producing a lot of them, then sure. If you're in small numbers and the crossbow player has a more efficient production queue, then probably not. Always it depends. Couple of Flemish militia up here, and we'll have a TC going up between the stone and the wood. Oh, what is that? What is that? Nilly dance on the mangonel. Nice going lights. I don't think Liereyy wants to go for stable units here. I think he simply wants a better eco while booming and defending. And he's happy to take roughly equal fights with skirmishers and rely on his micro. Skirms against crossbows and mangonels. Remember when mangonels countered skirms? I remember those days. One of those mangonel shots. So the militia here deal with the mangonels. Mangonel from behind. At least the mangonel goes down. Oh, finally a hit on the skirms. Okay, maybe mangonel's still useful against skirms. No repair Vil, but okay. Liereyy finally taking a loss. Maybe a bit overconfident in his micro there. Mangonel could go down, but that's what Lucho wanted to see. Finally clearing some stuff. Bring lag back, maybe we need that. I'm sure Lucho needs some repairs, and he will be adding in now 4 archery ranges, and a university, and a TC, so more aggression from him. Looking for ballistics, and we'll get the TC pumping behind this. Still does not have horse collar. Would love to see him get horse collar right now. He's doing wheelbarrow, and I think horse collar before really stepping on the gas for the crossbow upgrades would be great for him. Hard to keep that in mind, though, in the moment. But just right before you really commit there, that one round of wood for horse collar will make your eventual imp transition much smoother with your wood savings. Third TC as well? I don't know about a third TC. I think a third TC slows down your production a lot. It is a consideration. Lierey's only going to be on 2 TCs as well. Mangonel shots hitting skirms. And Skirm Mangonel versus Crossbow Mangonel. When I see Hera play this, Skirm Mangonel wins. And maybe Liereyy will be just as lucky himself. Okay, Mangonel's his own Skirm though. What is that from Liereyy? Mangonelling his own Skirms. Liereyy. Well, he has a lot more pop space now. Oh dear. Oh dear indeed. Oh deer, oh ibex, oh gazelle. Oh mouflon. Have a nice bit of micro there on the crossbows, taking out another Mangonel. Lucho with the KD, 41 to 26. Amazing KD for him. And he's not even falling that far behind in military. Actually, he's ahead in military. I mean, not falling that far behind in eco. He will get a third TC added behind this. And he did get Horse Collar added, and there we go. Horse Collar, third TC, and he's ready to pump and push. His eco is set up for now. And the Arb SO combo we want. The Molly and Arbs. Okay, nice shot from Liereyy. Good repairs, and okay, there's Liereyy. And starts to even the KD up a bit. He has 3 of his own kills. He isn't using all 4 of the ranges. But he's close to it. Liereyy adding in his third TC at the same time. Both of these civs I think a bit awkward transitioning to Imp. Burgundians of course missed the final armor upgrade for their archers. Malians missed the final attack upgrade. Not sure which you prefer with the skirms. I think skirm versus skirm in a straight up fight no micro, the armor is better. But you always have questions of how well you micro the range. And oh no, Lucho, don't leave a hole like that. He'll wall and he will not be safe as there is a maze zigzagging through the hole. And we'll lose a Vil, but get the wall up. No, we'll lose 2 Vils, but get some walls up. He moves over to gold and Cavalier now for Liereyy as he adds in Handcart. And eco's still neck and neck, but the Burgundian eco is quite good. And the Knights have a little sliver through which they can hoover away. Oh, hello, Daboos. Do I think it's balanced? It's way better than 25% most of the time. I think it's balanced by the fact they don't have siege engineers. And the fact that they have bombard cannon without the extra range balances it pretty well. But that is a good point that they don't have much of a downside to using it for their hand cannoneers. And missing the final armor for the hand cannoneer I think is a trade-off at least. But it is very strong for the hand cannoneers, I think, even more so than their cannon. Or than their bombard cannon. Hello, T-West, if you're trinking, of us trinks do. Or of us trink ear. If there's a veer. I'm definitely feeling better. I've had a rough week of migraine. I'm starting to feel better. And Mangonel goes down. Need some water soon. Water is good. Ooh, okay, triple kill. Nope. Oh, doesn't hit anything. Gets a kill on that Mangonel, loses 1, but then splits and takes that one out. Lucho still pushing, adding in bloodlines. We'll be adding in Molly and camels to help deal with the Cavaliers. And Burgundians, they must be making Cavaliers. So camels? Can it really be that simple? Yeah, and of course it has different values based on the armor and how much it affects stuff. That's very true. Well, what's better, Farimba Paladin, or Farimba Cavaliers, or Paladins that lack bloodlines? With the cheaper Paladin, of course. Yeah, that's why I didn't stream for a few days. I was... Basically, Tuesday through Friday, I was dealing with a migraine. Friday afternoon, I finally started to feel better. And I was gonna stream last night, but I had kind of a stressful day, so I was just like, yeah, I'll stream today. Remember wins? I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure. I think the Paladins have slightly more hit points, so maybe they tank more against ranged units. But it feels like Lucho is ready. Without any crossbows out, the camel should be pretty effective with only skirms to oppose them. Right now, camel against skirm, mangonel, and cavalier counters everything. The only thing it doesn't really like is the TC fire. Maybe it's Celts or Byzantines, but not Burgundians. Should be pretty close, though. Remember, camel obviously is nice. And maybe you just go camel instead of cavalier. Cavalier's a nice cheap upgrade, though, if you ever have an opportunity to do some raiding. Now, Lucho, he's down by 20 vills, and that is rough. Behind all of this fighting, Liereyy has managed to consistently keep up the pressure with raids with his cavaliers. And pick vills here and there. That's a 13-to-1 vill KD, 2 to 14 KD. Oh gosh, what is all this friendly fire this game? More units beats good units? I think that depends. I don't think you can add enough Turk spearmen to beat fully upgraded Sicilian cataphracts. That would be a lot of spearmen. Camel's still fighting against the Cavaliers. Lucho with a good score lead. And if this is a game where both players stay in the castle age and keep spamming units, don't get out the trebs, maybe Lucho can recover from that eco difference. Maybe 2,500 res ahead. A couple of Cavaliers raiding the castle, but monks are there to deal with them. And, oh, the Malians are the civ that kept the African castle. Okay, well, now that I think about that, makes sense, but yeah, they kept the old architecture. Now, that's true, Lithuanians do miss Blast Furnace, but they have more than everything else. That was true for Celts and Byzantines in the Age of Kings. Lucho still not walled up on the right, and those Cavalier raids continue getting in, causing idle time, killing vills. And Lierey's about to take a 30 vill lead with this raid. More vills going down, over a 30 vill lead. And both players up, Lucho even up first. I think it will be hard without the economy to transition into an army composition in Imp. Liereyy, maybe he adds a few more vills, but he's almost done adding vills at this point. Lucho has a long ways to go. Lierey's still down in KD, but 24-to-1 eco KD has kept him alive in the game. Lierey's been pretty much walled the whole game, and Cavalier, Mangonel, Camel, Mangonel, even Crossbow in the face of all the TCs. Not a particularly strong raiding composition the way the Cavaliers are. And a few Cavaliers not caring about the TC fire are able to get in, and the Malians not having Bracer are going to make the raids even more deadly as Imp comes in and the armor will come in. Should have sent a few. Well, it's easier said than done. Liereyy has been very well walled up. And outside of the camels, he doesn't really have a mobile unit, so it's hard for him to send a raid where the only thing he has is camels. That would be very threatened by the TC fire. And should stonewall on the right. Yeah, at some point it feels maybe the downside is he's not walled. Liereyy has been fully walled down here this entire time. Lucho will even spot that with the outposts. And Lucho has been wide open. His initial walls were nice, back to that back wood line there, but didn't manage to expand. I was watching Sato's game, I think, when he was in the chat a while ago. And it was the feeling that I often see when casting, that players have opportunities when they're not threatened at home where they can extend their walls, that they could be more active in taking. Just a general comment from watching a lot of games. And Liereyy did that. Liereyy did extend the walls all the way out to the side, with houses no less. Lucho didn't and got paid for it. And now it's 156 vills to 115. Halib on the way for Liereyy. He's up by 5k res collected. And even if he loses the castle, still in a position to keep fighting. 46 military to 23 though, and it is still something of a counter-military. Camels against Cavalier. No real way of dealing with the Halb though. Hand cannoneers on the way though, but Burgundians should have better hand cannoneers than Malians. Well, I guess they missed the final armor upgrade. But that 25% attack is nice for them. Lery's Age of Revolution, oh my gosh, he is. He's up to 164 vills. And he's gonna click Revolution, isn't he? Oh my gosh, he's gonna do it, isn't he? He's gonna do it. Oh, he's gonna do it. Well, good thing for Lucho, though, he has hand cannoneers out. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. 167 vills and counting. Lucho has to realize this, right? Lucho has to realize this. Was this Lierey's plan all along? Does he think he actually can win like this? 51 vills on food. He's gonna click it. How expensive is it? It gets more expensive now as you do more vills, right? He still needs to do the blacksmith upgrades for the militia. I don't think Capture Age actually shows us the dynamic cost because it's a cost per villager. Oh wait, let me look up. Let me wiki real quick. A2 Flemish Revolution. Quick wiki check as the next castle's being pushed. There he needs to make sure he has castles to push the button. Conscription on the way. Oh gosh, hold on. Sorry, I opened this in Chrome. I need to open it in Firefox where I have an ad blocker. It is 200 plus 10 per vill on food, 150 plus 5 per vill in gold. So like spies is a per villager cost. And Lierey's losing castles, he's doing armor, still needs blast furnace. And he's at 200 pop, 164 vills, blast furnace on the way, and now he needs some way to click the button. Check in game. I don't think I can check in game while spectating. Can I do that? No, he's doing Burgundian vineyards now. I check the tech tree in game maybe. 1810 food, 955 gold. So Liereyy is nowhere near being able to afford it. Nowhere near being able to afford it. He's taking a horrible fight to the front. Liereyy had such a good eco lead, but then he got too good of an eco lead, and now Lucho's caught up in vills. And yeah, it's around 8,000 resources almost. That doesn't matter if you're spending them all on vills. No, but he needs around 2k food and a little over 1k gold for the button, I think. I think the barracks can spawn as either gender, yes. I'm pretty sure it can. Now, what is full Ornlu is full stone wall, and you're playing a game that's 2 hours long. That's full Ornlu. Okay, Liereyy losing some vills. Trying to do plate barding armor, guilds, and two-hand saw. He didn't maybe recall just how expensive the Flemish Revolution is. Treb's going for the castle, Treb's going for a workshop. You're here to advocate for more Gebettos. That's 4 Trebs. Maybe we're already repairing. Masonry and light cav on the way. I think it should be easy enough for Lucho to make a hand cannoneer swap if the revolution comes in. Bill's going down. At least revolution's getting cheaper. Going for another castle and more map control. Hoardings, leather archer armor on the way. Lucho taking more gold. He's also up 3-1 relics. And this castle will be going down. There's Hussar. Hussar against camels. Against Farimba heavy camels. Doesn't feel like a good raiding unit there. Gebettos are the second coolest, behind Cataphracts. I still say Cataphract number 1, Teutonic Knight number 2. Gebettos are pretty high up there, though. So is the Woad Raider. That is his elo. That is his ladder elo. Liereyy doesn't always grind the ladder as aggressively as everyone. That's his current elo, 1v1. Samurai? I've never really been a fan of the Samurai in Liereyy 2. I don't know, just never really stood out to me. And then once they gave it the zoomy charge attack, it felt kind of gimmicky to me. I'm even less of a fan. Is Liereyy pushing this back somehow? Did Liereyy finally decide I need enough military to push this back? And with a few trebs and cannon, I'll destroy this castle in the middle of the map and then push back these trebs? I don't know why the camels are not engaging here, but the Burgundian hand cannoneers are pretty scary. Lucho with a 1k score lead, but Liereyy still with a huge economy lead. And that's letting him recover from some otherwise poor fights. Nice shot with the cannon. Okay. This is what Lucho wanted. To clean up the hand cannoneers. Camels come from behind. The trebs are almost down. Remember, camels picking them off. Liereyy lost everything. Lucho just suddenly took another 1k score lead. He's going for a forward castle. Lierey's still 150 vils, but no military to fight this. And K Koala, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to some domination from Lucho against Liereyy. Let's see if we can get that castle up. 151 to 151 vils. And Lucho's still with a much better KD. And that castle not going to go up in time. Feels like Lierey's still clinging to more map control than Lucho is. In many ways, the Halb's providing mobility against the camels. Liereyy going forward for a castle. Cannon coming forward to disturb the trebuchets. Treb's going to try to grab the hill. And with 4 trebs, Lucho should be able to take the castle. Hand cannoneers to deal with the halbs. Remember, camels diving the cannon, and the cannon goes down. Remember his bonkers? Makes your camels effective against non-cav units. And very much with the extra attack. 1 treb hung out to dry on the side. Don't think the Vils will get there to repair in time. Liereyy trying to repair as best he can, but there are still 3 trebs up here on the hill. I think they're still downhill from the castle, but should get some good attacks in it nevertheless. Cannon going for the trebs. We should hustle raid. He was getting some good raids earlier. Now it's Lucho's turn to raid. Lucho with some Farimba light cav raids. And this castle so far standing. Liereyy now doing a great job of keeping the cannon alive against the trebs. Oh, Liereyy, don't run into the castle, Liereyy. It's a Malian castle. It doesn't even have bracer. Doesn't have the range to pick off cannon like that. Oh, that hurts. That hurts, and now there's nothing keeping the castle protected from the trebs. And there are somehow 4 trebuchets behind that castle deployed. And Lierey's not going to be able to repair that castle. Trying to take wood on the side, but this castle will be hung out to dry now. And yep, Lucho knows that it's there. And Liereyy calls the GG. Lucho goes up 1-0. Liereyy miscalculated the cost of Flemish Revolution, couldn't click the button. And we had a button failure from Liereyy as Lucho goes up and wins the first game. Liereyy got to 174 vils. It never could find a way to click the button. Total relics on the map. Looks like there were 5. The map can have either 5 or 7, and then Armenians can add an extra. But it's either 5 or 7. A bit of randomness to it on this map. And again, what a game indeed. And let's get this. That's Lucho, 1-0 over Liereyy, making it interesting. There's Burgundians losing to the Malians. Looking forward to seeing Tatars. Brilliant performance. Go Lucho. Liereyy lost so many cannon. He did. Yeah, Liereyy was... I don't know if he was counting on the button from the start, but at some point he clearly went for the button and failed. Oh, looks like there's a stutter on YouTube again, so sorry about that. Again, I have no information on my end. Oh, actually I do. A few dropped frames. Hopefully that's rectified, though. Again, we've been having our first snowfall of the year. So hopefully the stream maintains quality. So many upgrades being made for Flemish only to not make them. He underestimated the cost. Even with how good his economy is, or how good his economy was, could not afford it. Dropped frames today. Is there a reason you didn't get the last wood upgrade in the castle age? It is pretty expensive. I think it's just expense. You don't usually see two-man saw that often. I think the two-man saw has less effect. It's only 10%. I don't know if I can see that. Yeah, it's only 10%. Compared to double bit axe, which is 20%, and it's more expensive. I think it goes 20, 15, 10. So they get more expensive and less valuable as you go on. Anyway, we'll have Liereyy as the Green Vikings to the northwest, Lucho as the Blue Vietnamese to the southeast, and this is a big hill on the map. This is a pretty darn big hill. Also forgot the last farm upgrade. Well, crop rotation you might not even want to do in a 1v1. Because think about crop rotation. It only pays off when you click the button, then you have a a heavy plow farm that expires, gets rebuilt, and passes the point where it then would have expired without crop rotation. So it takes a really long time for crop rotation to pay off. And it does pay off tremendously in a super long game. But if it's a quick game, then it's something of a gamble because you're spending resources on something that is going to put you behind and you might not be playing long enough to feel the benefit from it. So Hera ACCM, that is a good crop rotation situation. If you're against Ornlu crop rotation every time. So Vikings, Vietnamese, and where is Lucho going with the scout? He's going to be... Oh, did he lame already? Oh yeah, Lucho lamed. I totally missed that even. And Vietnamese, I was looking at the hill. He lamed so quickly, I didn't even see it. Noob caster. But he lamed already. Took a bit of an extra hit, but 15 HP, 3 boars under that TC. And if you win the first game and pull off a clean lame in the next game, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. And the Vikings have a great economy with a free wheelbarrow and handcart, but they don't actually have a Dark Age eco bonus. So taking the boar away from them in the Dark Age feels like it'll really hurt. He goes 20-20-10? Yeah, 20-20-10 then. It is multiplicative, that's true. It is multiplicative. So every even if it were a constant number, it would continue to increase in benefit because it's a multiplier and the number that you're multiplying gets larger. But yeah, it is 20-20-10 then. Yeah, interesting cliffs dividing the map in half. Shortening the map. You get a bit of walling up between these cliffs. Defend the ridgeline with some castles. Wall up here and play simply in between these cliffs. Oh, that's gonna be sick. Yeah, this is an interesting gen, yes. You can beat the extreme AI. Can I get a higher rank in ranked matches? That doesn't have any effect on your placement, if that's a thing. It would be kind of interesting if it did. If you maybe played a placement match against an AI, and depending on how you did, you got a starting elo assigned to you. If you can beat the extreme AI, you're probably good enough to win some ranked matches. But that, you still have to win them. Unfortunately, however you cut it, your first few ranked games are probably going to be losses, unfortunately, based on how the elo system works. But if you can beat the extreme AI, then you're probably not that far off from where you would be as a starting elo once you get a few games under your belt. This is the wall at home. This could be like that Jotunheim map in AOM. I'm trying to... I know I've played that map. And my mind is halfway coming up with a picture of it. Extreme AI could be around 800. Totally depends, because the AI will have strengths and weaknesses that humans won't. And if you beat it by exploiting them, it's different than trying to play a more fair game. It's different if you boom and let the AI boom versus playing a standard game. Lots of differences in it. Just extreme AI on the ranked ladder. It'd be interesting just to see where it ends up. Separated by mountains with just one path through. Yeah, I think I know which one that is. Ooh, nice gate from Liereyy. Just why not throw down a gate? Spend some wood, making the scout turn around. So Lucho up to feudal first. Liereyy going up a bit more slowly. 20 vills in the Dark Age to make up for the lame. Even 2 Dark Age farms. What is this? 2 Dark Age farms. No barracks for him. And the way he's walling, he will not have any gold control. We'll add in a barracks. And I'd imagine this is a range and skirmisher opening. I suppose he could go for a stable. Here comes a spear forward already. Horse collar on the way for Lucho, so he'll have a good eco added in here. A good Vietnamese economy too. And so far so good for Lucho. Everything he's wanted, he's done, and it will indeed be that range opening. Now the question for Lucho is, does this become archers or skirms? And probably skirms, due to the fact he sees that Liereyy isn't on gold. Play with 4x2 player teams. Do you play some type of AI games? The handicapped AIs on extreme actually are quite challenging if you if you let them boom. They hit you really early before you expect it. And there's nothing you can do but wall and run. Vietnamese had redemption. I think they'd be unstoppable. Vietnamese are really good. I think Imp Skirm and plus Fire Lancer gives them an insane combo. Remember, when the Chinese gained Fire Lancer, they lost camels, so they had a trade-off. The Vietnamese and the Koreans both gained Fire Lancer without losing anything. They had straight buffs of an extremely strong unit. And I think they especially Vietnamese, were already a really good civ. We saw them a lot on Copenhagen or Regicide maps, where it was more likely to go late game and the long-term Imp Skirm paid off. 1v1 is great for Imp Skirms if it goes late. Not the most mobile civ, though, and that can be taken advantage of. And Spear Skirm goes down. Liereyy can micro Skirms. Liereyy indeed can micro Skirms. And now he has Wheelbarrow and is starting to make up for that lame at the start. And this is also Liereyy microing against the Vietnamese Skirms with more HP. And so far also, really nice eco bonus for the Vietnamese, with economic upgrades cost no wood and are researched faster. That'll help for the Vietnamese getting Wheelbarrow too. As the Vietnamese, I think you do want to aim for an early Wheelbarrow usually. And that certainly will help them catch up to the Vikings. But now you're talking about catching up to the Vikings after laming them. And that's how scary the Vikings can be. Look at that res collected difference. Now Lierey's ahead. Vikings, if you can farm, then you're good. The more farming heavy your eco, the more benefit you get from the Wheelbarrow. You can research Wheelbarrow handcart twice. Push 2 wheelbarrows at once, one in each hand. That's like... Do you ever play Lego Rock Raiders? Remember you could upgrade the small transport truck to put 2 containers in the back? There's like a double truck. Now that's what double wheelbarrow would be like. I need to finish my Lego Rock Raiders playthrough. I played that on stream a while ago for the remaster. I need to keep going someday. Increasing carry capacity can be bad. Now, that's true. If you do increase wheelbarrow enough times in, say, a 256 times tech mod, you run into the downside that your villagers drop off food so infrequently that you never have food in your stockpile. And your vills, they're carrying 70 food and not dropping it off. And you constantly have to start using the town bell or the force drop hockey simply to drop off the food. Vietnamese with early handcart is scary. They can get early handcart, but not as early as the Vikings, as Liereyy even is up to the castle age faster. He did end up forcing up a tower on his gold, and doesn't actually have stone in his walls. But now he's hopeful to win a fight with skirms and even doing armor. So he could make a couple of scouts on the way up to deal with skirms. Maybe even think of opening knights. I mean, we should have the better stable. No bloodlines, no husbandry, no final armor for the Vikings. Liereyy maybe can make up for that with micro. If you can bring the skirms away, he can move in with the scouts. That's 3 scouts, and he would love to get behind the skirms, camp on the hill, and then engage. And there he goes. He can pick off the reinforcements too if he wants. That is lovely for him to pick the reinforcements to run around, and he's going for a forward workshop. Has to be careful not to wall himself in, maybe. There go the scouts about to turn into light cav. And Bodkin elite skirm on the way for Liereyy. This has been a great engagement for him. Here finally comes a spear. The skirms will almost deal with that. Spear gets 2 pokes in. Nicely done from that spear. But now elite skirms are going to be devastating to the feudal skirms. Upgrades not in yet. There's Bodkin. If Lucho can hold on to his numbers for just a bit longer to get elite skirm, maybe he'll be okay. And there he goes, just long enough. Lucho so far does not see the forward workshop. There'll be a monastery along with it to deal with any pesky knights. And it's a university for Lucho as he goes for the TC. Oh, imagine if Liereyy one-hits out the mangonel. Ooh, that would have been close. Oh, the older Lego games are great. Ooh, okay. Gets a shot. Maybe that was worth it. I thought that was maybe a mistake to run away from the Repairville. But it will, with that shot on the skirms, give Liereyy the opportunity to force the skirms away from the TC. And he will have a defensive workshop for Lucho. Light cav upgrade kind of did nothing for Liereyy. Spent the res to get 1 light cav for 4 seconds. Yeah, that's true. At least he has knights, though. Maybe it would have been better to go armor instead of light cav. I guess light cav's cheaper. Still, armor would help out the knights. But regardless of whether that gave him any benefit, he's still in a great spot denying that TC. All the forward map control. Armor on the way. And behind this, he still has handcart. Wheelbarrows in for Lucho. But not handcart. And you can see that Vikings economy pulling ahead. There's chain barding armor on the way. Need time to translate. I wonder, YouTube usually, when I upload videos, provides a fairly decent auto-translate. I wonder if it does that in the middle of a live stream. Vikings are just too good. Remember when they had Thumb Ring too? Knights moving in on the mangonel. And the entire front of the base. Taken out. Mangonel's pushing. Ballistics on the way. That could turn things around if Liereyy doesn't have ballistics. And Lucho does. That's maybe Lucho's chance back into the game. Ballistics. How did this happen? Vikings. Liereyy. Wheelbarrow handcart. Defensive tower into forward so he didn't have to worry about the TCs. Let's pick off the mangonel. Vikings are saved. I've got basically no positive changes and are still pretty strong. The base of what Lierey's doing here is something that hasn't gotten any changes, other than losing Thumb Ring. They've had some changes to their militia line. If I recall. Or simply having changes to the militia line in general helps them, right? Because they have arson now. Mangonel goes down. But yeah, you're right. This is pure Vikings wheelbarrow play. Wheelbarrow handcart. Nice hit there. Vietnamese cav archers on the way. But there's a GG. Liereyy, despite the lame, managed the eco to perfection. Defended with skirms, used the wheelbarrow and handcart, and boomed up. Not even that much of a difference in the Vil count, but huge difference in the economy. Everything Lucho did, from that TC being pressured, was idled by Liereyy being up faster and forward. And after that lame, Lucho never was able to gain initiative. Liereyy reacted well, pushed in some deer equivalents, added farms, walled, didn't take early damage, and was fine. Still the best eco bonus on Arabia. It's still up there, definitely. So I still think the Romans might have the best overall eco bonus. Persians can be better in some situations, and late game I think Georgians are still better. But it is amazingly good, no doubt about that. Especially, yeah, when you up to feudal faster, that's true. You hit the bonus faster. And in the current men-at-arms meta, having the Vils run away from men-at-arms or early drushes faster, I think matters a lot too. That's something always to remember about the wheelbarrow, being able to run the Vils faster. Persians have an eco bonus. The TCs work faster, by the way. The TCs work faster. Yeah, Persians have the eco bonus. Persians have the best 500 pop eco bonus. A 5% faster TC in the Dark Age now helps for douching. Don't forget about that. Vikings are the classic civ you would random into on Black Forest in AOC. And you'd have to sling. Fat Slob, the Viking Waller on Black Forest, yep. Yeah, using the patch where onagers couldn't cut. And Liereyy will be yellow. Are we okay with this? Liereyy changes his color all the time. We'll have Lucho as the blue Lithuanians to the west, and Liereyy as the yellow Portuguese to the east. He's got 3 of those red and green rugs, 2 of the blue rugs, does Liereyy. And then Lucho will have 2 pairs of both yellow rugs. Yeah, Vikings do get onager, but back in the day you needed siege onager to cut. I kind of miss those days when you needed siege onager to cut. I kind of like that cutting was a bit more expensive. So looking at the map here for Lucho, back berries but no way to wall in the rear of the base. Both secondary golds are in the back. His main gold is forward but it's near a wood line, so it should be possible for him to wall. So I'm looking at his base as walling up around here and around the right to the TC. And then in the back will be berries that he'll have to do small walls around against potential men-at-arms. And Liereyy so far, a very different playstyle to that of what we saw from Vinch versus Dark. No Drush or men-at-arms from him. More defensive, more skirmisher plays. Can you map script indestructible trees? Yes. You can give them more HP. You can also change their dead unit to be a tree itself. So when it dies, it's replaced with another tree. You can do silly things with trees. Indeed, indeed. And oh, we have another lame. Liereyy saying, you lamed me last game, I'll lame you this game. Took an uphill hit against the boar. And we'll bring that boar right back to his TC, leaving his own boar forward. But so far I've not seen lames lead to insta wins. Liereyy did a great job handling it in the last game. And here he'll bring it in safely under the TC. We'll have an opportunity now maybe to push in a couple of Gazelle too. Just needs to make sure he lures his boar so he doesn't get counter-lamed. Meanwhile, Lucho will resort to pushing gazelles. Not going to worry about pushing the boar, but we'll just push gazelles. Root for Lucho. Remains to be seen if there's anyone who can beat Hera and Liereyy on Arabia in a 7-9 game set. Vinch might be one of the leading candidates. He is at least over 3k elo. Yeah, I'll be 4 vills out to the berries for Liereyy. And Lucho's getting his gazelle push in. Struggled a bit there. He's running back and forth. Feels like he was struggling a bit there. Deer can be hard, so. Is there a competitive map with animals like sheep or deer, etc.? I don't think so. If you remove animals, then the only real food you have would be berries or fish. I suppose Water Nomad is one of those maps, where you're fishing in the Dark Age or taking water buffalo with the vills. But that does still have the buffalo. You do need quite a few animals before farms to get your eco running. What I really want one day is a map where you start with a TC and a Fitoria and nothing else. And you need to decide when to delete the Fitoria. Dark Age farming. That would definitely favor some civs like Viking Slavs or Khmer. I mean, Aztec Slavs or Khmer. And I guess by extension, Vikings, since you have a lot of farms, when you hit feudal, you'll be benefiting more from wheelbarrow. Romans, too. Teutons, even, with the cheaper farms. Oh gosh, Teutons, imagine that. Liereyy, imagine being walled on your wood line. He's gonna turn and fight with the villagers. We'll go straight for that militia. We'll trade 1 vill for 1 militia. And be okay with the trade. Spear comes over, it won't get the poke. Longer Dark Age for Lucho going for the drush, but that'll help him to recover from the lame. Vittoria, nothing, only Vittorias. At some point you gotta delete. There's horse collar on the way for Liereyy. Spear pokes down the militia. And there's Lucho up to feudal. We will have double bed axe on the way for Lucho. Stable going up for him as well. Your eyes looks joyful. Yeah, so something does need to be done about the siege towers, though. Those have gotten a bit out of hand, I think. So in the middle, scouts play. Finally, we're seeing a scouts game from both. Haven't seen too many scouts in a while. But as a follow-up for the drush as the Lithuanians, interesting to have an extended Dark Age into scouts. They're gonna take an okay fight there. Both players letting their scouts run down in HP. Well, buildings into a siege tower. Now that would be something else. Monks are the best siege unit in the game. Redemption monks are. No question. Alright, we'll see you later. K Koala. Have a good evening. Maybe trying to find a way in, but don't think he's gonna find it. Nice walling on the berries from Lucho. And both players doing a good job of walling up. They really might have to be a bit careful that the scouts could think about diving through the TC, but that would leave the archers exposed. So less likely to do that with archers trailing along behind them. Always a risk to be against scouts and not be fully walled because scouts do run across your farms. And Lucho doing what he can to manage his base in the back. Didn't wall all the way to the TC, but did go for a small wall. Lierey's in a good spot if he could ever get some type of cav archer raids, and Portuguese cav archers definitely are a thing. Around these farms, the way Lucho isn't walled. You could think of Lucho eventually going for a big wall somewhere over here, then over here, and it wouldn't even be that much more walling to get him fully secured. But we'll need to make sure he gets map control in order to do that. But could think about doing that in a Castle Age transition. I think it would be okay for him. You mean like Age of Empires 3? Flags, you're right. Let's do the flags. Totally forgot about the flags. This is Argentina and Austria. Yeah, scouts want to fight, but Lucho wants to make sure he's engaging with the archers. Lierey's still with a slight eco lead. Second range for him as he adds more archers, and he clicks up to the Castle Age. And Liereyy, by the looks of it, is going to try to run around with the scouts and find a way to avoid engaging until he can get crossbow, thinking that he will be ahead and have a timing advantage. There aren't that many archers out, and he has to be careful. He can't actually garrison any more archers in the range. He's at capacity there. Now the Civ icons are still there. I wish we had unique units instead of Civ icons, though. Then I could actually recognize them. And the Civ icons are still down there, too. Yeah, surprise, archers pop out. And they can turn around on that hill. No bloodlines on the scouts. And okay, Liereyy may be a bit risky sending the archers forward like this, but it's working for him. We'll lose one there. But actually doesn't lose the archer somehow. Somehow Liereyy micros and keeps that archer alive. He can camp this hill in the middle. Double ranges, needs to garrison the archers at home for a bit, or at least make sure he doesn't trickle them forward. And he will have that over 90 seconds ahead in timing. And everything is smooth as you'd expect from a Liereyy economy. Perfectly calculated from him with his timings.
Zo. Daar waar je. Kan je ze kiezen? Zo.
Quais são as vossas
Kan je ze kiezen? Daar waar je. Zo.
And crossbows come over and fight the archers. Ballistics on the way for Liereyy. Take a nice opening engagement there. We'll even use a few crossbows to chase those archers. Ooh, no outlines behind the rocks. No outlines behind the rocks as the crossbows come forward atop of the hill, and we'll start shooting vills on the farms. 1, 2 vills, so 1 vill goes down. And ballistics here for Liereyy, that faster working or faster researching upgrades for the Portuguese really paying off. And now Lucho's base is completely surrounded by Liereyy. This is what I was looking for. I said cav archers earlier. Just crossbows. Gets to the back of the farms by the fact Lucho isn't fully walled around the edges of the map. And all of this eco. Completely idled. And Lierey's pulling ahead. Thumbering on the way even for Liereyy. He can circle around to the wood line. Lucho will wait for ballistics to try to fight this. Ballistics on those crossbows. The vills have to dance. Look at the dance. Same time, more crossbows coming over. The vills could overchop. Imagine they overchop and let the crossbows in. But at this point, the crossbows simply work their way back over and find the other vills, idle them. They don't even have to take fights and win the fight. They just have to idle everything here. Even doing leather archer armor. Whenever Liereyy wants, he can add TCs behind this and get his boom going. There's a GG from Lucho. Liereyy goes up 2-1. That was a very, very clean game. Lame. Castle Age transition from him. Portuguese eco is pretty darn good. And never let up once he got an advantage. Everything's so clean from him. I had to listen to T90 talk about his uncle. Does his uncle have a mustache too? Does it run in the family? That was a quick game. Portuguese winning. And Lithuanians losing. They're almost twins. That was very, very smooth for Liereyy. A multi-uncle. What does a multi-uncle entail beyond a normal uncle? I assume that just means you have multiple nieces and or nephews. I think the players probably take a quick break after game number 3. So I myself am actually going to run to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. Alright. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the bits. Opening presents. Here we go. Back in the restroom. Ah. Swap my scene. Gajara's theme intensifies. Well, it will indeed be the blue Gajaras for Lucho. As Liereyy is forward with the scout before the goats even get into the mill. Look at that laming potential there. Nothing stolen yet. As Liereyy will be the red Byzantines to the east. Byzantines I usually like against Gajaras. I feel that Byzantine camels with their discount matters more, minus 25%. In the Castle Age, then does the extra bonus attack, that being the 30 plus 30% in the Castle Age. I feel that the Byzantine bonus with numbers is more impactful than the extra bonus attack. That's my impression from watching this matchup quite a bit. 3 on wood. As Liereyy... Ooh, only the yellow rug duplicated. Missing the curled up red rug. Almost has separate rugs. Imagine Chatriers into Byzantine trash. Or Byzantine counter units. That would be a very big discount. That'd be a discount war. That would be some holiday savings. Never thought of them as a laming civ, but I guess extra sheep is extra sheep. Extra sheep is extra sheep if you can lame them. There are diminishing returns to stuffing more sheep into the mill, though. Formula is logarithmic. And 3 on wood in the back for Lucho, so it might be a scouts opening from both. Or it might be a scouts opening versus a Byzantine forward. Liereyy might simply play a skirm spear from home. Could go forward. He did miss 2 of his goats. Well, he did scout them, just hasn't picked them up. He'll be scouting. Look at all this scouting from Liereyy. Look at that. How much of the map he's discovered so far. Can you fit extra Inca best allies? Can you fit extra... Oh! yes, you can, if you get the extra Inca ally. You can put that in the mill. Right away. The best would be something... Or a map such as Water Nomad. Where you would have water buffaloes to put in the mill. Or a map with cows that have 150 food each. And then 10 times 150 for the mill. The food per minute is 15 times the natural log of 1 plus the total amount of food in the mill divided by 200. So you get to use some nice logarithms. For real? Yes, for real. No complex logs involved, all real. Gajaras win if the game goes late. I think I prefer the Gajaras bonus because it requires fewer stables. That's the thing though, the Byzantine bonus, you get more camels per the same stable number. You don't necessarily need more stables. They do. Well, at first it was linear, and that didn't work out too well because there were maps where people would sling their teammates' sheep in a team game, and the Gajar player would have 30 sheep, or if there were maps with extra sheep, they'd have even more extra sheep. You could do a Tatar Gajar sheep sling. You could do Portuguese Vitorias slinging the Tatars to build TCs, to then get sheep to put inside Gajar mills. And because it was linear, you got a ton of food. Now that it's logarithmic, it is still unbounded, but the returns are diminishing. I had an idea for that. We never pulled it off though. One of my favorite builds was the Pole Teuton farm sling, where the Teuton player would send a Vil to partially build a farm next to the Folvark to spend the discounted wood. It used to be 40, it's cheaper now. It's, I think, 32 wood? It's 30-something wood for a farm for the Teutons. And then as long as the Polish player finished the farm, once the Teuton players started it, they'd build the farm for the discount around the Folvark. That's great for Lombardia if you start Teutons and Poles next to each other. Defensive spears, as you'd expect, and skirms. As I said, skirm spear from home from Liereyy, and the way he walled will keep a gold safe, wall to the wood line, and could even extend it to the edge of the map at some point if he wants to. But full Byzantine feudal army, skirm spear, getting ready for the Empire Wars ladder, I guess. Ready for the spears, and adding in his eco upgrades, playing very defensively so far. And a spear finding the scouts and camel scout near that hill. As he's moving forward, so 2 spears defending the skirms. Skirms can disrupt the berries, be a bit annoying. And it's a quick range transition from Lucho. Already has 6 farms up. Farms with a range transition get added in so quickly these days. What does Lombardia look? Lombardia uses grouped by team. So it puts everyone on the team right next to each other. It is a very weird map, and sometimes it is very easy to wall, and sometimes it is very open. And you can go very aggressive and have it pay off, or very aggressive and be walled out. Many different ways it can happen. Usually I play it and try to get a nice relaxing wall and boom, and then here come 4 castle drops. Imagine Japanese building lumber camps. Our spear is still out and about. And very defensive so far, 0-0 KD, everyone just booming. Y'all like this? This is the Ornus type of gameplay, I think. Ooh, a couple of hits on a scout, finally. Neary down a bit by a Vil, tiny bit of idle time for him. Convert allied units and buildings in the monastery. That would be very mean to your teammates if they did not want to be converted. And there is this upgrade in the workshop that does let you mangonel allied units if you want to do that. It's like converting them if they had heresy. And this army, is this out of position from Lucho? Is it a bit too far forward? Liereyy has finished his berries, and he now can simply stand behind his walls. Do whatever he wants behind the walls. And he is just about ready to click up. That's a forward farm, but well enough defended by the TC. And I imagine he goes up, and then needs the barracks, needs a building. But after that barracks, he will be perfectly timed to click up. He'll be slightly behind Lucho, but not that big of a difference. Maybe he needs to send another Vil to rush that up, but he has the resources. And, well, what does he do? Does he stay skirm? Does he go crossbow? So 20 seconds behind. And a bit of a better eco for Lucho, but that's what you'd expect for the Gajurs. And so far, so good for Lucho, not being punished for having a very, very forward gold line. That's 1, 2, 3 forward golds, and oh my gosh, this is an awful map. This is an absolutely awful map. It does have stone in the back. Those golds are quite sad.
Namaste.
Adminry? No, no adminry. Maybe we should bring back player restarts, though. So, Skirmore. Skirmore while booming. There is the stable from Louis, and we're going to see camels. We'll see if he adds in a second stable, or he might just do TCs. Remember, the Camel Scout will turn into a camel immediately. And so far, Liereyy happy just to boom. Scale Barding Armor on the way. That's a farm being added in. Not going to add it there. Elite Skirm versus Camels. There's Elite Skirm. Another house. Liereyy feels like he's fallen a bit behind in this fight. Simply not having that blacksmith rushed up fast enough. And he's up pretty slowly. Monastery on the way for him. And it'll be Monastery and still finally getting a camel. And it feels a bit late on that. And only one armor. Makes the camel pretty vulnerable to skirms. And there will be more skirms for Lucho now. And Lierey's farm's forward enough that he's forced to fight here. At least to keep the skirms busy. Camel Rider? Now they're camels and heavy camels. Same way arbalests are arbalests. I think skirms need a better attack against buildings. That's what the peltasts were in Stronghold Frenzy. Scale Barding Armor on the way from Lucho. Extra damage versus Siege. And I'm telling you, skirms that can pick up relics, next big idea. That's got to be a unique unit somewhere. So Liereyy expanding, he got a second TC up first. We'll add a few more camels. Bit more idle time for him, but he is well on his way towards getting a boom going. And has a pretty easy third TC in the back if he wants to go to the stone. Don't think he can hit the wood line. Actually, he can go back here and take those ibexes too. You're not surprised to see skirms and camels? Well, there's wheelbarrow and better eco upgrades on the way for Lucho. And as you'd expect, a Gajor player with a bit of a better eco. Amphibious skirms, flying skirms. Skirms everywhere. Oh gosh. Having a bit of a dropped frame hiccup. Hopefully that stabilizes. Unique ability to shoot themselves across the map. OBS is on fire right now. Too many skirms. Is anything stabilizing? Is the stream dying? Okay, looks like it's stable now. Hopefully that's better. Jared Camel Scout to Rider Bug? What bug is that? Can't send his starting camel on auto scout. I don't think he's too worried about that. Okay, I think this thing's stabilized while the skirms are shooting at each other. I don't think we missed too much. Even 10 to 8 Skirm KD, 0 to 0 Eco KD. Maybe pulling slightly ahead in Vils as he will add his third TC. Lucho has his third TC up right now. And Lierey's still adding in camels. Siege Tower Skirms. How else can we buff Skirms? Here's Liereyy grabbing the final relic. Lucho, not quite. Well, he's paying attention. He sees it disappears. He sees it disappears, and he'll find the monk, hit the monk, kill the monk. Doesn't have his own monk over. Oh my gosh, imagine the monk hid behind the rock. Liereyy now knows where Lucho's army is. Upgrades on the way. Bloodlines, chain barding armor. That's where things get scary. The Gajaris player starts to do their upgrades. But the Byzantines will Byzantine. Look at that. 10 to 10 eco KD. Oh, an even bit of maneuvering without fighting. Monks on the way. Couple of monks. Liereyy saying I'll engage anyway. Saying I'm Byzantines. If you take an even fight, I'm Byzantines. It's cheaper for me. Probably doesn't want to be fighting under the TC, but there he goes. Oh, he's going to take the hill, get a couple of monks forward, try to take that workshop spot. Okay, okay. A bit aggressive from Liereyy here. No ballistics. Ballistics is in for Lucho. And weirdly enough, it feels like Lucho should be winning this fight. I gotta double check these armory compositions. Yeah, Lucho was slightly more HP. Liereyy with the hill, though, and he still has more production. Wheelbarrow forging on the way. He still doesn't have bowsaw. I don't know about that workshop. I feel this is very aggressive, but maybe the hill makes it work. Minus 3 damage, anything not an archer. They need to heal non-archer units from the enemy. Maybe still no ballistics. This is still a much cheaper fight for him, even if it is even. And Mangonel on the way, so no skirms, no rams, just Mangonels. Oop, and my internet's dying again. Internet, come back, don't die. A range of skirms. I was thinking maybe their minimum range could be increased from 1 to 2. And then they wouldn't be as good against melee units. We're dropping some more frames. Which is problematic. It might be an internet issue of mine from the inclement weather we're having. So hopefully this gets resolved in the next couple of days. Still maintaining a stable kbps and OBS. Outpost going up for Liereyy. And Imperial Age on the way for Liereyy. Skirm 2 min range is insane. Step Lancer buff. That's true, that's true. It's a big fight now. Finally, Lucho deciding to engage and try to defend his TC, but there are still 2 Mangonels on that hill, dealing damage to the skirms, getting a couple of hits on the skirms, and overall the Byzantine numbers now from Liereyy are flooding, and there is the win. Suddenly, Liereyy with the hill and the production, with the cheaper Byzantine military and the cheaper imp, able to overwhelm the Gajaris. And that's 3-1 for Liereyy. My internet can't even hold up to the number of skirms we saw that game. What it would be like if they never added Halb? Skirms would be super dominant then. Massacring pikemen. Oh, maybe not. Maybe then Hussars would be better because they added Hussars. Even the better eco for the Gajur is not enough compared to the discount of the Byzantines. That's about 1.4, 1.5k more res collected. Oh, the discount paid off for Liereyy. GG, Byzantines OP. Also, let me know, chat, if my internet felt like it was dropping there. As I saw some problems in OBS, but chat didn't say anything. It's a win for the Byzantines and a loss for the Gajurs, and Liereyy still has Persians left, so he's looking in a good spot. Why's my internet dying again? There's some jittering. Okay. Hopefully it stables a bit. You're just well behaved. He would have 4-0'd if he properly did the Flemish Revolution? Probably. Maybe 4 seconds? Okay. It looks like it's still happening. How much handicap can you give Lucho before he is the favorite? 5%? I imagine a 5% handicap would wipe the floor in a high-level game. Absolutely wipe the floor. Still dropping a lot now? Okay. Well, maybe it's just one more game and then we'll reset, and hopefully it'll be better tomorrow. I'm guessing it's just an inclement weather issue on my end. Handicap not. The handicap is a boost to make you better. Makes your eco stronger, your buildings have more HP, your units train faster. Inclement is only used for weather? Yeah, that's true. I've never heard it used elsewhere. Yeah, it looks like the internet is very sloppy right now. I'll just raid Mem immediately after. If we make it through the final game. Yep, failed to download match content, thanks D. The internet as a whole looks like it's working. American internet being held together by duct tape, literally. Alright. Sorry about that, didn't load into the game right away. So Liereyy will be picking the Persians here. He'll be in the green to the north. Lucho will be the blue Malay to the south. A couple of duplicate rugs there. We'll have some fighting at the front. But so far it doesn't look like there is any laming. A couple of duplicate rugs for Liereyy. Now he will go for the early mill and not going to go for an early barracks. Won't go for a super early Persian drush. Handicap means a way to make it harder for someone. Yes, it does, but a handicap for your opponent is kind of a different thing in terms of AoE 2. Or it's like a golf handicap, I guess. Where the handicap means you are giving the handicap to your opponent to make it harder for yourself. I prefer melee in this matchup. 1% is probably noticeable, but 5% definitely would be a pretty big difference. If giving 35% to the AI is huge, giving 5% to a player of Lucho's caliber would be insane. Exile being pushed in here from Liereyy. Gets in right under the TC. As Liereyy keeps adding in more houses. Only great until you need to cover more of the map because your wood runs out. What? Malay are a great civ for wood running out because of the fish traps, depending on the map though. They have the no longer infinite wood fish traps, but the extra wood and cheaper to add in fish traps. What is it now? It's minus 33% food or minus 33% wood cost and provide 200% food. Must be some American thing. Yeah, we're very confusing. But I imagine golf is an international sport, and the usage of handicap is not necessarily an American unique dialect term, if you will. Let's go douche. Lily's not going to do. She's up to feudal. Moving out to gold, and very, very standard. Personally, only won against AI in Black Forest. With 140 handicap, your pocket is Mongols. That is a good handicap. Use the same times. It would be convenient to use 24-hour time instead of 12-hour AM PM. I agree with that. The two-tiered time zone conversion always gets me. Is feudal Lucho up as well, and militia looking to push through the wall. Now coming around, will Lucho wall up in time to keep the militia out? Yes, he will, just barely. Just barely keeps them out. Man-at-Arms on the way for Liereyy, and he has all of the forward pressure. He loses the scout, though. Loses the scout. And 3 HP will remain for Lucho, as Lucho goes to get up his barracks. Yes, as Tenacious Chipmunk says for golf. It means you get extra putts, extra strokes in golf. Streaming on 29 streams, not me personally, but the tournament as a whole. I think Persians have the advantage consistently. I think so too. I think Persians generally have the better composition. There is that man-at-arms coming forward for Liereyy, and the stronger economy. Depending on the map, though, if you're on Arena, I think the boom FC timing into faster imp for Malay matters, but on an open map like Arabia, I really do prefer Persians. Yeah, I'm not streaming 29 streams at once. I'm very curious what this issue is on my end, though. AI streaming in 29 languages. Oh gosh. I think YouTube auto-dubs videos now. I've seen a few of those. I was curious, I had seen one of Tato's videos with an English title, but a Spanish thumbnail, and I was like, wait, what is this? And then I clicked it, and I realized the horror of the AI voice, that it was auto-dubbed. And it scared me. It scared me to no end. So, early arson for men-at-arms, something I'm seeing all the time these days, with a few skirms backing them up. Now, there's a lot of repairs, but now 5 men-at-arms will come around and try to find another way in. You do eat through wood rather quickly, forcing this many repairs. And that'll be a couple more houses on the way up. That palisade not staying up for long. The house does just go up, the palisade goes down, the men-at-arms will turn around. Still 5 men-at-arms. Losing a bit of HP, but all alive. Just lazy and gets AIs to do it. Hello, Flatch. Hello, Flatch. How you doing, Flatch? Hello, Alancitas. I'm guessing the dropping in viewer numbers I'm seeing is due to the internet issues. I'm not sure what they are, but hopefully it's not too bad. It still seems like people are watching. This is a weird one. He's fletching on the way for Liereyy. Already ahead in eco. And he's almost made up for the melee difference in timing. Persian longswords. I'd love to see Persian longswords, and well, with siege towers, anything is possible. If you're doing everything you can to keep on the back foot. Now, it's not just you, Fletch. Not just you. It is me, apparently. Maybe I should end the YouTube stream and see if that improves things on Twitch. If it goes more than one... It doesn't look like it's improving now. Maybe I need to restart my modem. Or maybe it is just like a downstream infrastructure issue. Made Persian longswords on Arena into Aztec Woolulu. Longswords, weirdly enough, feel like a pretty good counter to longswords. It's getting real bad now. Alright. Okay. Let me try then. This is a 3-to-1 set, and it feels like Liereyy has a good start to this game anyway. I might just end on YouTube, and I might try just going on Twitch.